Today we have some special guests in the audience, which I can barely see through the podium. But we have Secretary of Finance, former Secretary of Transportation Aubrey Lane here, and we also have former Commissioner Charlie Kilpatrick, now Vice President at Lane Construction Company. And there's a gentleman here, Wayne Fedora, that I'm going to ask to come up to the podium. Hello, Wayne, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Secretary and Commissioner and board members. I appreciate you putting a little time on the schedule for Federal Highway Administration to come in and acknowledge two outstanding professionals and the work that they've done in transportation in the Commonwealth, and really any outstanding work in transportation in the Commonwealth is for the whole nation, because the Commonwealth of Virginia is where it's at, right? So much comes here. It starts here, it finishes here, it goes through here. So working with Secretary Lane and Commissioner Kilpatrick has been a pleasure and done a lot of great work. So for starters, I'd like to read a letter. I've got a letter from, or at least parts of it, because the work that they've done is so much I can't read all of it in a few moments here. But our acting administrator, Brandy Hendrickson, has written a letter for each of the two. I'll start with Secretary Lane. Dear Secretary Lane, I am pleased to present you with the Federal Highway Administrator's Public Service Award for your outstanding contributions as the Virginia Secretary of Transportation and for your contributions that have benefited programs of the Federal Highway Administration. And she goes on to point out a number of high points in Secretary Lane's service, including not only 4 years of Secretary, but 5 years as a Commonwealth board member. She highlights the work that Secretary Lane did to improve accountability in the P3 program in Virginia, the work in guiding and developing the Smart Scale program to improve transportation decision-making and funding. And then she also points out his great efforts in bringing competitive sources of federal funding like the Old Tiger program and the Infra Grant program that not only fund projects in and of themselves, but can be leveraged for other funds. And in fact, she highlights the Atlantic Gateway project, which is still the largest infra grant in the nation. And she finishes by saying, we sincerely appreciate your strong partnership with FHWA during your years of dedicated public service. Your dedication and professionalism influenced the way FHWA administers the Federal Aid Highway Program. It is through the efforts of committed and exceptional professionals like you that the U.S. transportation system continues to be the best in the world. So with that, I'd like to invite Secretary Lane, if you come on up. I've got the letter, and we've got a plaque, to kind of seal your service in transportation. But, and on a personal note, I appreciate working with you.
Same here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Quick second, if I may, Madam Chair.
The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It is quite an honor, but let me point out it has been a team effort, and many of you were involved in a lot of these things, and I'm glad to be just a small part of this. And I'd like to mention a couple things. I know Charlie's going to be mentioned in a little bit, but two other people that deserve a lot of recognition for this. First of all, Governor McAuliffe, because quite frankly, he allowed us to do these things, and when I went to him and said it was going to be 2 years before he could announce any projects, and he didn't throw me out of his office, then that took a lot of political courage, so I want to recognize him. But most importantly, I want to recognize Deputy Secretary Nick Donahue, because quite frankly, without him, none of this would have been possible. And I want to make sure that's clear. His efforts were very significant, and with a lot of things we achieved, and while Charlie and I had the opportunity to execute it and certainly lobby for it and make sure it happened, it was a lot of what he did that got us here. So Nick, I want to thank you for your outstanding and continuing efforts in transportation. And I know some of you are rotating off the board this year. I will honestly say, I can say this, that of all the things that I don't miss in transportation, I do miss the camaraderie of this board. I'm so happy the Secretary Valentine, one of you, one of us, is carrying that on. But the professionalism and all that we've done here, I really have enjoyed working with you all. So I hope, wish you all the best. And to FHWA, thank you for those kind words. It is, I saw Shannon had given a report other day where she had been up in D.C. and stuff, and to see her continuing on, that Virginia being a leader in this is very, very meaningful, and it's all as a result of all y'all have done. So thank you very much, and I say, hope to see you again, but if you need money, go talk to somebody else.
And may I just add a happy birthday to Aubrey Lane today. So.
What I wanted was another birthday, so.
Among friends, among friends.
Then similarly, for former Commissioner Charlie Kilpatrick, our acting administrator, said, I am pleased to present you also with the Federal Highway Administrator's Public Service Award. This award acknowledges your outstanding contributions as the Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Transportation. Brandy calls out not only the 4 years as Commissioner, but 3 years, Charlie, as Chief Deputy Commissioner, working with FHWA Virginia Division Office. Also calling out Charlie's leadership as Commissioner for developing a more streamlined or simplified National Environmental Policy Act 404 merger process. Also leading VDOT to become a national leader in the advancement of public-private partnerships, including delivery of the I-95 express lanes and the Elizabeth River Tunnels projects, as well as getting the I-66 outside the Beltway express lanes projects. Under Charlie's leadership and others and continued leadership, Virginia is a place where others around the country come to get advice on how to do these kinds of programs, and Charlie played a big role in that. Brandy also acknowledges the great work in, again, developing innovative funding programs, including, for instance, activities like the Garvey bond programs that Virginia's been so active in, and the TIFIA programs, the loan programs that have helped finance so many of the big projects and important projects in Virginia. She also mentions even some of the smaller things that are still important, like the State Transportation Innovation Council and the incentive funding that Virginia's been able to get 4 out of 4 years that's been running. So Charlie's leadership was instrumental in that. And she closes in the same way with, we sincerely appreciate your strong partnership with FHWA during your years of dedicated public service. And I know, I came in through the doors here in Virginia at about the same time, Charlie, and I think you came in over here, and it's not listed in here, and it's not an award by name, but if there was an award, I think, for most miles traveled or driven on behalf of the Commonwealth, I think you'd score that one as well, because I don't think I've seen anybody get out and about, not only for the projects, but for the people. I know how proud of the people of VDOT that Charlie's been over these years. And so, Charlie?
I'm not going to push my luck up here. I've stood here enough times in presentations. I know not to say too much, but I do want to say that it's humbling to be honored for something that, frankly, a bunch of other people did. The folks here at VDOT and the Secretary's office, this board, the work that has been done over the last 8 years, and the work that you're doing going forward is really tremendous in terms of moving transportation forward in Virginia. My new job takes me all over the country. We work with DOTs all over the country, and when I'm in their office, they're the #1 DOT in the country. But it's always good to it's always good to come home here to Virginia. I will tell you that from my experiences, Virginia, the Transportation Secretariat, and the agencies, especially VDOT and DRPT, really are leaders nationally in delivering transportation services. So again, that's with the support of the board here, Madam Secretary, Commissioner Britch, Director Mitchell. You guys are doing great work, and please approve this 6-year plan and get the money out there so I have something to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So, gentlemen, I think, would anybody care to add anything to those comments? I will just say that on behalf of our board, and I feel bad because I can't see Aubrey, but I would just say on behalf of the CTB, we hope that you will always call this home. You are always welcome here, and we thank you for everything you did to launch us in Governor Northern's administration. So thank you again very much. Okay. And with that, we will move right into Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, and I now know why Mr. Utterback is here. I was worried. How are you?
Very good. Madam Secretary, members of the board, I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project. I think I do want to say this up front. This is an active procurement, so we are under procurement with it. So if you have questions, I'll try to answer them. If I look like I'm evasive, it's probably a reason for that. So this is an overview, just a little bit. I don't want to make the assumption that everybody knows HRBT, so we'll do a little bit of a background on tunneling and overview of the project, and then the two construction methods, which are kind of front and center on this project as well, and then the land work and the procurement schedule. So that's what I'm going to stick to. This is actually a recent picture, courtesy of Trevor, just a couple weeks ago. Just to orient you, this is the South Island of the existing HRBT. You're looking north toward Hampton, and it's obviously, you can see the facility. The Fort Wool is right there on the right side of that. So just kind of going backwards a little bit, this is a picture in 1957, or 56, when they were constructing the first HRBT. So just of a significance, and if you're nostalgic, you can see the ferry system up just to the northwest of the island that's under construction. But I wanted to show this and just share one thing. When this was constructed in 1957, it was the first immersed tube tunnel ever constructed between two man-made islands. So it was the first one in the world. It was also, when it was completed in 1957, it was the longest immersed tube tunnel in the world. So right here in Hampton Roads. So if you ever travel, and I know many of you travel, internationally, anywhere, if you talk to a tunnel engineer or a tunnel person anywhere else in the world, they will reference, if you're from Hampton Roads or Virginia, and you say HRBT1 will come to mind. So my advice is, if you're traveling internationally, not be talking about tunnels. But anyway, from that standpoint, not only is it the first, but if you look at the Hampton Roads region, there are more immersed tube tunnels. It's something we take for granted in this metropolitan area than there are anywhere in the world. I think Norfolk probably has a designation of the city with the highest tunnels coming into it, which is probably a benefit of having the world's largest naval base. There are 10 tunnels. You can see the dates on them. The one point I will make is the Monitor Merrimack Bridge Tunnel. There is one trench. That is actually binocular. So those two tunnels are welded together. So 9 of the 10 tunnels are steel shell immersed. The one tunnel is a concrete box. That is the Midtown Tunnel that was just completed construction. You can see the history of the tunnels in Hampton Roads. The next tunnel in line is the future tunnel at the Thimble Shoals Channel, and that currently is a bored tunnel, and that project is in construction right now. I think the only other distinction is that you can see in the 50s, the generation that built these first 5 tunnels, really, it's hard to find anybody that's around that knows about tunneling now. And if things go as planned between HRBT and Thimble Shoals, there'll be at least 4 new tunnels in the next 5-6 years, so in Hampton Roads. So it's another kind of press from that standpoint. But the project is more than just a tunnel, so I want to be clear on that. It currently starts in Settlers Landing, which is mile marker interchange 267, and it goes, if you're on the Hampton side, goes east to Norfolk, just short of the 564 interchange. So 9.5 miles, and that's 276 mile marker. So it will basically have a consistent 6-lane typical section through the entire project. So that is the goal. We will have a new 4-lane HRBT tunnel and approach bridges over water. The idea is that the cost difference between a 3-lane and a 4-lane tunnel is relatively insignificant in a project of this size, and it'll never be a better time to construct it than it is right now. So that's really the rationale and how we've making sure going across water, we built kind of the ultimate configuration. So what will happen is theoretically, and this is a conceptual design that we developed as part of the procurement to really set the baseline, but we would have the new tunnel would serve the eastbound traffic. The two existing tunnels would then serve westbound traffic. So that's how we would basically do it. The project estimate right now is $3.6 billion. That's 2024 year of expenditure. So it will, without a doubt, be the largest transportation infrastructure project in the history of Hampton Roads, by far. The closest thing that probably comes to it is in the early 90s, the Monitor Merrimack Bridge Tunnel, which you can see to the left of you there, which is quite a bit different, out of traffic when it was constructed and out of the main channel, if you will. 3 scope options we are looking at. So these we're in the draft RFP, and we're still trying to figure out how to consider these in the base scope of the project. So it's the project stops just short of the 564 interchange. So we are looking at direct connect ramps into that interchange to really help move traffic to the naval base primarily. So that's one of the options we're looking at. We're also looking at trying to address the famous clearance that we have, a major constriction on the westbound tunnels. So that's another option. And then also looking at the existing marine trestle approach bridges. These are in dire need of replacement. So those are something else that we are looking at. And all this will play into the contractor's technical proposals and opportunities to do those as options or part of the base contract. This is the proposed lane configuration. So there's I say this 2 + 1 + 1, and it just kind of rolls off. And sometimes we talk about it every day, but really just so everybody understands, we will continue to have the 2 free general purpose lanes that exist there today. So they will remain free. We will have 1 full-time hot lane, and we're looking at 1 peak hour hot lane on the left shoulder. So essentially, potentially 2 hot lanes during the peak hours over the crossing. And that's just a little bit of a typical section there. This is the alignment, and this board took action last year, I think, on this project related to the location and not impacting Hampton University. This is the Hampton side. You can see where we have tightened it. So it's hard to tell, but basically the yellow indicates new. So it looks at basically tightening up. Right now, the concept would encroach on the existing trestle approach bridges and would potentially be replaced as part of the project. The other thing of significance is the brown areas. It's, this corridor is pinned in tightly with cultural resource constraints and what we call do not touch properties. So you can see those from the cemetery, Hampton University, Phoebus, and Fort Monroe. So if you carry across, basically the yellow on the bottom is the new tunnel, and this shows the expansion on the north island, basically to the west, a similar footprint. As you go across, you can see Fort Wool, and we are, again, trailing on the west side of the existing facility and comes around and takes off inside. And you can see, again, as we touch down on Willoughby, I will point out here we are looking at an acquisition of the boot area on Willoughby Spit as a laydown yard for the contractor. So that is part of a reevaluation effort that we're into right now as part of an EA and a couple other things we're looking at as well. So that's really the over the water piece. And this is a large marine works project, make no mistake. But just want to talk on the land side. So this hits primarily 2 cities. So it's Hampton and Norfolk. The environmental right-of-way, maintenance of traffic are probably the biggest challenges. The HRBT is carrying really, the average keeps moving up, but we're close to 100,000 vehicles a day across the facility that'll have to be maintained during construction. In Hampton, the I-64 interchange at Mallory Street, which I showed you there, will have to be reconstructed to fit the new lanes. Also, the construction, because of the narrowness there, we'll have to have a phased construction for the approach bridges. That'll be required as part of the construction will to get from the land onto the water. The cultural resources I just mentioned, those are, again, kind of a challenge in constraining the footprint. On the Norfolk side, the constraints are the Bayville interchange, or it's really 15th view as you come onto land, and also the existing Willoughby Bay bridges. So we're tied in there very, very close to the right-of-way. There are 4 interchanges in Norfolk that we will impact going through, and we have the Naval Air Station on the western side, and there is a cemetery on the eastern side. So I don't think you could draw any more constraints on a project of this magnitude. So very, very tight. So the marine bridges, they have risks, but they're largely conventional. I think the tunnel work, as we found out, is less conventional. So that's where you really generate the biggest cost and schedule risk. This is a rare location where we are looking at both immersed tube and bored tunnel construction methods. They are feasible. 10 years ago, you couldn't have said that. I think the technology in the boring industry has come state of the art, and this is an area in a soft soil that it is feasible. So it is being considered. I think I've got a note in there that Thimble Shoals did the same procurement in 2015 and ended up all their proposals received were bored tunnels. So it's a very competitive thing. There are, I'll talk a little bit about each of these going forward. I don't want to bore you to death, but let me talk about the immersed tube tunnel first, and this is what we're most familiar with in the area. Concept design is about a 7,500-foot tunnel. It's a large dredging project, over 3.5 million cubic yards of material. The trench is about 90 feet wide, 3-to-1 slope. So it's a major dredging operation for an immersed tube tunnel. It's really a dredging, placement of the bedding and screeding the material, fabricating the elements and then placing the elements. It's fairly straightforward. There is navigational considerations. We've calculated well over 1,000 barge transports because the material most likely would be ocean disposal for most of the material. Also, the island expansion and filling the armor stone will be a challenge as well. So let me just show, oops, I went too fast. So that's actually immersed tube elements. That's this fabrication in Midtown at Sparrows Point, Maryland. These would be twice the size of that. So those are for 2-lane tunnel, obviously, and I'll show you a cross section in a second. We would be a lot wider. These are 300-foot segments. You'd estimate probably an immersed tube tunnel would have closer to a 600-foot segment. So these would be tremendous structures from that standpoint. Oops, sorry. The immersed tube tunnel, basically, that just shows this is a fairly generic placement. So you go out after you've trenched and set the screeding material, and you would lower the units into place and lock them and seal them from that standpoint. This is conceptual, and no guesses on where that is. So basically a 4-lane, you would envision 2 lanes to the left of the side. Typically the utility corridor would run down the middle. So since I showed 3, just in case there are contractors in the room, we'll show 3 pictures of bored tunnels as well. So we'll keep this fair and no preference. So a bored tunnel typically will go a little bit deeper, and we would the length would probably be 7,800 to 8,300 feet. Because again, there is a buoyancy, and you'll see in a minute, it's fairly straightforward with the walls and the design. Buoyancy is a little bit of a challenge. We do have a 4 to 5% roadway grade, and there will be some island expansion with that because right now the existing tunnels are 7,500 feet long. So if they can't maintain the islands, then they'll have to expand there. Now the excavated material that comes out as part of the boring is right around a little over 1 million cubic yards. So probably a quarter of what an immersed tube tunnel would generate. Unfortunately, this material would not be suitable for offshore disposal, so they would have to work on finding a suitable location for that. Ground improvement at the islands to support the weight of the tunnel is a major consideration. So again, we'll have geotechnical and island expansions is probably the big difference. Oops, gee whiz, I am so, okay, so that is a tunnel boring machine picture. And probably just as significant is an enclosed unit, basically with a cutter head and a way to transport the material out the back of the out the back of the TBM. You can see the hydraulic arms, and basically it takes the material out, brings the concrete segmental lining in and places it and moves along. So basically builds the tunnel as it goes. Probably of a significance, this one here shows that it's about 500 feet long. It's saying the train of the material and the machine itself, it's about a 500-foot unit to do that. Here is a twin bore, and you can see where this was actually Port of Miami tunnel. They bored through, turned the machine, and bored back. So this is it coming out where they started. The value, obviously, in TBMs is you can get much closer to the existing tunnels from that standpoint. This is a conceptual design. The walls are much thinner. Obviously, the design is much different with the circumference, and you can see the big challenge here is the lower third of the tunnel is ballast. So this is to keep the tunnel in the ground, so to speak, to keep it from floating. This particular tunnel is very similar to what is will be built in Thimble Shoals, and it shows the evacuation utility quarter as part of the tunnel. So I think I touched on it just a little bit, but just to, again, the distance or the alignment, the ITT needs to stay much farther apart. So just because of the trenching and the stability and limiting the impact of the existing tunnels, as I showed you, the bore tunnel could be closer. The ITT has limited geotechnical risk with the soil conditions since most of it's dredged out and removed. The board method is really tailored to the local method, so there is some risk and geotechnical baselines established for that project. So environmental and permitting, so Section 408 coordination with marine stakeholders is a major deal in Hampton Roads. This coordination with this federal channel is a high risk, is a high visible item. So we've given a lot of attention to that. The Section 103 concurrence is also a major driver for offshore disposal. That is something that needs to be looked at, particularly for ITT spoils. The joint permit application is obviously of concern for the disposals out of a bored tunnel as well. So marine stakeholder involvement, the team, we have been kind of ahead of that. You can see the list of maritime stakeholders that we have met with. We've gotten letters of feedback from them. We provided that with or to the contractor teams. I think probably to summarize it, it's really commercial vessels, the size and number, and now the Hampton Roads is bringing in the Panamax, post-Panamax size container ships, which are 14,000 TEU plus. There's a huge draft out of these machines, and the frequency is increasing every month from that standpoint. There is also a major civil works project, kind of led by the Corps of Engineers on the coordination of the channel widening, trying to get the channel wider for the ships passing, both the commercial vessels and the naval vessels. So again, the naval vessels is a major concern. We have had senior level meetings at the Navy to understand some of their security setbacks as well. So all of that's working through. The bottom line, this is both methods will be in the channel. Both methods will have to work with these stakeholders throughout the process. It is probably one of the biggest project cost schedule risks that we are dealing with. Just nearing the end, I just want to share a couple of the procurement milestones. As the commissioner, I think, has kept you in the loop on much of the activity, and that we are following the PPTA process with a design build procurement. So you can see, I think probably, we issued the draft RFP May 22nd. We have had our first set of contractor meetings. We will be issuing another draft release the end of this month and continue with meetings over the next 3 months with a final RFP in September, and then potentially a final addendum in October with a technical proposal submissions at the end of November. Price proposal will come in at January. We'll have the selection of the best value, and we'll be back in front of this board if all goes well in February. We will execute the comprehensive agreement, go through the steering committee, and notice to proceed is March of 2019. Right now we have a 5.5-year schedule with construction complete at the end of 2024. This is the hallmark. This is not Photoshop. That's actually a real 1957 photo. So they wanted to make sure they got the end in the right spot. It's one of my favorite things. This is on all sides. Madam Secretary, that's all I had. So,
Thank you,
any
thank you.
questions?
Mr. Williams.
Not counting for downtime, just when it's running and digging, the bored tunnel, how fast does it move?
Sorry.
How fast does it move? I'm sorry, excuse me.
How fast does?
How fast does the bored tunnel machine progress? When it's running, not counting for
It
downtime?
ranges from, typically 11, 15 feet a day. So it can go a little, depends on the material or the soil material. It can go a little bit faster or slower, but that's probably a good range, 11 to 15 feet a day.
Sure, there's a lot of downtime for getting the next tunnel and section in place before they move again and all
It's
that.
a regular assembly line. The units came in. We did have the value or benefit of going with Thimble Shoals out to Seattle, and they actually did. The Alaskaway Viaduct it was the largest bored tunnel in the world at the time, 57 foot, and it's a double-decker highway. So they had it both in there. So we did get to see the machine working and bringing the elements in and taking the sludge out. Mr. Malvin was on that trip as well. So
Actually, the machine never stops. There's activity happens all behind the cutter head, and they have a hydraulic system picking these 20,000-pound elements up, sticking them in place right behind the cutter head. It's pretty cool. I mean,
Where?
Whatever depth we put this, then caps the depth of the channel for the future, is that correct?
right. Well, and we're much deeper than the federal channel right now.
That was going to be my question. What is the depth of,
It ranges from 70 feet to a little bit deeper. So the deepest part of the channel right now is over the HRBT. So we would be at least at the depth where the existing tunnels, the bored tunnel would be much deeper. So
and the corresponding channel that's there now is what, 50?
right, they're going to take that to 55 feet.
From 55, how much further down can you go with these two tunnels?
Oh, if it's an immersed tube tunnel, it'll generally follow the same profile that the existing tubes are. And the top of the soil, the water line is roughly 70 feet, and I think the roadbed is close to 100 feet below. So we're below, and then a board would go probably 120 or more below.
Question was, right now we're going to be at 55 feet when
Channel will be
the
at
channel.
55, yes.
Should 20 years from now we need to go to 65 feet, is that possible?
Fine, yes, we're fine. We're fine. That would be fine in the area. I think right now, the cover over the tunnels is right around 65 to 70 feet. The shallowest part across the channel.
Any other questions? Oh, Mr. Brown.
How many vendors are,
Right now, we have 2 contractor teams, and Commissioner maybe shared, we did shortlist 3. One of the contractor joint ventures decided not to pursue. So we do have generally the same contractors that went after Thimble Shoals. They were involved in the Port of Miami Tunnel, involved in the Alaskaway Viaduct. So because of the size of the project, you're seeing bigger teams. So we've got bigger teams than those projects right now. But the way the technical requirements were really 50% interstate, urban interstate, and 50% on tunnel marine work. So that's how we scored it, and that kind of drove the size of the project teams.
Secretary, if I may, coming into Hampton Roads, we have 2 other tunnels to be concerned about. You've got the original Thimble Shoal Tunnel, part of Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. You've got the new one, which certainly will take you down. Well, the old one can get down to 55 feet. The new one certainly will get down to 55. But you've got the 2 existing tunnels at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. And I don't know that they can go much below 55 feet. So if you're looking to get down to 60, 65 feet, we may have a problem with the 2 old tunnels.
The existing tunnels are close to 70 feet cover.
Of usable draft for a vessel coming in?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Quarterback, has thought been given to what to do with the waste, the soil that's produced by using the bored tunnel? Can it be used for anything? Or how it would be disposed of?
There's a number of ways to dispose of it, so it depends. It obviously can be fill. There is some concern with how the material's treated. There is some chemicals that are treated, and so there is restrictions on where it can go. So I know Thimble Shoals is working with that right now. It's been a key item with theirs. I think the biggest thing is environmentally getting ahead of it and getting those sites identified from that standpoint. So
I was really wondering too, besides the negative impact of it, could it be used for something productive?
well, there's always, believe it or not, there's a fair amount of people that have contacted us that are looking for material to fill either old landfills or sand pits or gravel pits or what have you. So there is a way to, I think there is opportunities, let me say that, so.
I've been asked those questions as well, so I thought I'd pose it to you. Anything else? Commissioner? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Let's see, with that, I have Mr. Lawson and Laura Farmer.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Today, I want to provide you really just an update from last month as to reflect the changes that's taken place since we provided you the draft budgets and six-year financial plan last month. But what I've also wanted to do today is, and Laura will come forward at later, and provide you some additional information around VDOT's other programs. One of the things that I find we spend a lot of time talking about maintenance construction, and rightfully so. They are the two biggest components of what VDOT does. But there are, as you see every time I show the budgets, there are a significant other list of programs that we carry out. And so I thought it would be worthwhile to spend just a few moments giving you a brief overview of those programs, and then in discussion with the commissioner, that they may also kind of spark some additional presentations during the course of the upcoming year to be able to delve a little deeper into those other programs. So again, today's presentation is really an update from last month, and just setting the stage for your action tomorrow on the final budgets. The program, as you well know, it continues to build. It's a rolling 6 years. The six-year financial plan's a rolling 6 years, and the first year becomes the basis for the budget. The biggest difference really in this budget from what you saw last month, in terms of this financial plan, I should say, is the incorporation of the actions related to the WMATA Capital Fund. So you'll see that that has now been laid out, and as a result of that, we have funds appropriated for that program. Looking at the revenue picture, the green, what we've tried to do here is identify all the items that have changed since the draft last month. And the big difference is that the other revenue items are very small in terms of change related to some other revenues. But the big difference I want to just call your attention to is the amounts at the very bottom. And you see the revenue associated with the WMATA Capital Fund totals about just over $800 million across the 6 years. And then there's a subsequent adjustment to the regional funds as it provides for the WMATA funds, as well as the incorporation of the fuel revenues for Hampton Roads. You see here the adjustments again on the revenue side. On the allocation side. We had some minor changes in the HMO. Again, some programmatic changes we made some adjustments on, and then the big differences really being here related to the distribution of the MPO related projects from construction into the rail and public transportation. If you recall, in previous years, or what we always do by practice, is we take all the MPO funds, the RSTP dollars, the CMAQ dollars, and we roll them into VDOT's construction program, and they stay there until we finish the programming cycle, and then the dollars that are used as directed by the MPOs for transit-related items are then shown in the DRPT section. So you see here, there have been reductions in construction and increases in public transportation and rail assistance. And then again, you see at the bottom the adjustments for the increase of the WMATA Capital Fund, and the difference you see here between the $938 million in allocation and the $818 that you saw in revenue from the previous slide is the $20 million that is transferred from the NVTD fund into the WMATA Capital Fund. And then again, there's a subsequent reduction in the NVTA distributions as some of those sources were redirected to the WMATA Capital Fund. Turning to the first year of the plan, the 19 budget for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, it is, for all practical purposes, in total, about flat with last year. So when you take out the increase that was incorporated in the revised budget that related to the concession fee related to 66 and compare it to the original budget for FY18, there's only a 0.5% increase in change. The dedicated and regional revenues represent about 9% of the budget when you look at it in total. So again, looking at the components of the budget and where they're going, you see here that maintenance and construction are almost neck and neck. Maintenance is slightly greater at 28%. Construction is 27.7%. Then rail and public transportation is about 10% of the total, and the pass-through monies to the regions and to WMATA, if you can include them collectively, is also about 10%. Speaking just briefly on the VDOT side of the budget, the VDOT budget is about $5.4 billion. That does include the pass-through monies that go to NVTA and to HR TAC. So if you look at our budget minus those amounts, our operating budget per se would be about $4.9 billion. One thing I will note within the VDOT budget is that there is as we've talked about, crossover. There is about $156 million of construction fund revenues that are being provided to the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund to support the needs of that fund. So from an allocation perspective, these are the recommended amounts by VDOT program. And again, these are the programs that, as they are enumerated in the Appropriation Act, the programs that we officially operate within. And again, Laura will speak to those briefly in a moment. Again, you see here in green the items that have changed. And largely, the big numbers are the differences between the VDOT programs under financial assistance, the regional programs, which again takes into account the NVTA adjustment for the WMATA Capital. WMATA Capital itself is not in the VDOT budget. I think Mr. Pittert will speak to that coming up, as will be incorporated in the DRPT's budget as the pass-through entity. And then you've got the adjustment down here in the DRPT programs, which again reflects the adjustments for 19 related to those MPO-related projects. Madam Secretary, if there's no questions, I'll let Laura speak to some of the programs.
Any questions, thoughts? Mr. Kaspowitz.
Under the category of environmental monitoring and evaluation, So that number, 18 to 19, almost doubled. And I note that there's a new compliance activity, municipal separate storm system compliance activities. Can you explain that? And
I will speak briefly to it, and there are others in the audience that I'm sure can speak to it more in depth. I know we've had a couple presentations leading up to this, but the MS4 program, as that relates to, is an environmental program that requires us to limit air total. It's a demand. It's pollutants into the water stream, and the requirements are significantly ramping up over the next few years, and because of that, we have to dedicate additional revenues to address that in order to remain in compliance.
that to be an requirement in future.
Yes, sir. And what we've done here is you see it's actually a new service area within the environmental program. And when we submitted the budget to the General Assembly, the Governor submitted his budget to the General Assembly this year, we actually created the new service area because we needed to call it out and put funding toward it to ensure that we are adequately supporting that area. And it's going to be a significant requirements over the next 5 years or so.
That's principally
It's oversight monitoring, but it's actually within that program there is actual stormwater related
physical minute.
right. Part of what we're doing is buying wetlands credits and things to be able to address it.
Breakdown of that anywhere, the breakdown between actual physical work and the buying of wetlands credits?
I will talk with Ms. Keene and Ms. Deem, and we can get you some details. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to briefly walk through VDOT's programs. As John mentioned, all the money that we have available to us must be expended within this program structure. That structure is administered by the Department of Planning and Budget. It isolates our funding. It sort of defines the functions that we're performing in a way that assists with reporting as well as long-term planning. So our environmental monitoring and evaluation program at $24 million represents just about 0.5% of our total budget for the agency. As John mentioned, with the items that we're doing related to MS4 and TMDL, or total maximum daily load, those efforts are funded within this program area, as well as the environmental division here in central office and our environmental sections within each district. We also purchase wetlands credits for use and application on future projects, and we rotate those funds. And so once a project is using those credits, we actually transfer the expenditure activity to that project, so it's felt within the budget of the project. And so that's worked very well for us over the last 10 years or so. With regard to the composition of the program, it represents about 40% of its cost in total or on VDOT personnel. That includes salary and benefits, and just over 1% of our total payroll for the agency. Ground transportation planning and research. This program isolates the funding that we dedicate exclusively to planning and research activities. It's the home of our Transportation and Mobility Planning Division, as well as Research Council. The funding that's provided for pre-scoping for potential construction projects is also provided in this program area. We also implemented some research funding that would allow the Research Council to see some of their findings to fruition before full application in the field, and that's worked very well over the last couple of years. In addition, the funds that are used by the Office of Intermodal Planning Investment, or OIP, are also housed in this program area. The total funding in terms of the way we budget is about half and half in terms of supporting payroll versus other non-personal cost, and just under 5% of our total cost for the agency in terms of staff. Highway construction programs at $1.7 billion for fiscal year 19. It's just over 32% of our total budget. And it really provides a home in terms of the structure of our funding. A couple of years ago, it was structured in terms of the roadway system in which we were funding projects, interstate, primary, secondary, and urban. And today it reflects the new allocation distribution of state of good repair, Highway Construction District Grant Program and the High Priority Projects Program. In addition, we have another service area within the program that catches all of the other funding like revenue sharing, CMAQ, our regional funds for the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program is what that acronym stands for, and our safety funds, as well as our construction management and direction. So we do provide some administrative funding for our engineering areas for costs that are not associated directly with a project. In terms of the entire cost, recently about 8% of what's going on within this program represent employee costs for the department, and 92% is everything else. And it's about 18% of our total cost for payroll.
92% is a big number in that category. Can you give us an idea of just the principal components that comprise that number?
In this area, mostly it's going to be vendor payments for contractors is primarily what the bulk of that 92% is in terms of other costs outside of personnel.
Casper, so I think what you're asking is for that 92%, what are we getting for our money?
Constitute the construction aspect of this?
That is the construction program that's out there. The vendor payments are back to the contractors providing those services back to constructing those projects that are contained in the 6-year plan.
Then as a rough order of magnitude, 8% is an administrative fee on the top of the 92%, which is the construction, just generally.
This would be back for our engineers doing the preliminary engineering, the design work, the environmental support back, our traffic engineering services back to the project, right away, utilities, and so on and so forth. So very small percentage overall, but that's the support services, the engineering side of the house in delivering those construction projects.
Highway maintenance and operating program's budget for FY19 is $1.7 billion. It represents just over 32% of the budget for VDOT. It focuses on our major maintenance activities, maintaining our pavements, bridges and tunnels, the emergency and incident management, our snow removal operations, traffic safety, and overall routine maintenance. Reviewing the expenditure activity of the total program recently, about 1/4 of that represents state labor, but 60% of our entire payroll functions within the maintenance program, and so it is the largest share among all of our programs. With regard to Commonwealth toll facilities, this is a very isolated program with isolated funds, and they can only be used for the unique toll facilities that are defined here. VDOT operates 4 facilities, Powhite Parkway Extension, the Coleman Bridge, the I-66 inside the Beltway facility, and the I-64 express lanes. Of the budgets that comprise that total, only about 5% of it goes to VDOT personnel that work at the facilities, and they represent less than 0.5% of our total payroll cost for the agency. In addition, in this program area, we include the cost of Easy Pass operations as well as the violation enforcement activities that are done under the Easy Pass umbrella. Those are all self-sufficient and self-funded within that area. For financial assistance to localities for ground transportation, this is where we process payments to the cities and the 2 counties that maintain their own roads on a quarterly basis, and that program area has the same growth factor we apply to our maintenance funds here at VDOT. It also houses our access programs, so as you hear presentations related to rail access, economic development access, recreational access, this is where those funds come from. And we also have our Metro Planning Program, which is a federal program that is small. It helps fund the operational aspects of the planning districts out in the state. And it also houses the distribution of the regional funds with regard to Northern Virginia and Hampton roads. The revenues are collected, and we directly pay those out to those entities on a monthly basis after they're collected. And so we have very few projects in this area, mainly access projects that VDOT staff may be supporting, and maybe a small amount of metro planning costs that VDOT would be directly attributable to, so it has a very small personnel impact for the agency. Non-toll supported transportation debt service is our program where we're paying off the debt on all of our active debt programs. We have 6 active programs. And so as we come to you and issue debt and we pay off the debt service over time, it is posted as expenditures to this program area. And so we plan for the anticipated debt service each year and provide a budget for that here. For administrative and support services, our budget is just shy of $280 million, just over 5% of the budget for FY19. And it breaks it down by the components. So our general management and direction at $147 million helps fund folks like me, folks in central office who provide financial as well as administrative and policy support to the districts as well as the agency as a whole. We also isolate our costs related to information technology at $97 million. Our facilities and grounds management service of $17 million. That funds our physical plant efforts for the state property that VDOT employees perform their jobs in. And employee training development at $18.6 million. That's our statewide training budget, as well as our core development programs and some program areas that help with the overall training of the agency. Overall, this is the highest personnel cost at 42% of the program total, but it only represents about 15% of the agency's personnel costs. And just to highlight our IT cost of what we provide, $96 million for IT, just over $52 million, just about $52 million of that will go to VITA to help support the costs that are applicable to that. Capital outlay. So in fiscal year 19, our budget for capital outlay is $10 million. This is a planned reduction over what we've done in previous years. We've scaled things back just a little bit, and it will recover later in the 6-year plan, but projects are continuing, and we don't foresee any issues related to delivering the capital outlay projects planned. Some recent significant projects of note is the relocation of the Hampton Roads District Office, as well as the groundbreaking of our Joint Operations Center at the Richmond Traffic Operations. There's essentially no personnel planned in this budget, but we have had some payroll costs reflected there, but we don't plan on it on an ongoing basis. Support to other state agencies at $67.5 million, or just over 1%. Most of these commitments are outlined either in the Appropriation Act or the Code of Virginia that describe the commitments that we have to other state agencies. Just listed some examples of the larger items that we support. For the Spaceflight Authority at $15.8 million, that will fund their capital maintenance and operating cost. I believe that's planned through fiscal year 2024, and it's actually outlined in the Code of Virginia. For motor vehicles at $14 million, we continue to fund the way station efforts that DMV performs on the interstate highways. For state police at just over $8 million, that has grown over time, and it has several components like HOV enforcement, commercial vehicle enforcement, where they're doing some work at the way stations, as well as some support that is ongoing related to troopers we've provided in the past. Additionally, we planned for $10 million to the general fund for Chesapeake Bay initiatives. This has been with us for several decades and was recently increased to $10 million to provide for the Virginia Water Quality Improvement Fund, and that's just a transfer that is outlined in the Appropriation Act. But ideally, everything that we provide in each one of these areas does have a transportation connection, and most of them have been with us for decades. And the last item is support for DRPT programs. So when MPO selects a project or the board selects a project that is funded either through CMAQ or the RSTP program, that state match comes from highway dollars. And so we allocate those highway funds to rail and public transportation. In addition, with the changes for the WMATA Capital Fund, a component of those comes from a fund that VDOT administered called the Northern Virginia Transportation District Fund. And so we will be transferring $20 million, and so that's why it increased significantly from the previous fiscal year to fiscal year 19. And that wraps up my summary. I'll be happy to take any additional questions.
So, question regarding personnel costs associated with actually managing the VDOT projects that are included in the construction. Is that part of the 8%, or is that part of the administrative and support function?
Be a combination of both. So there are several divisions within central office where a division administrator like myself in the engineering area will probably be administrative costs of the agency. But their support staff will likely be in construction management and charged to projects when it's appropriate. And so we used time entry that distributes the cost of each individual employee. And so where it makes sense, they're going to distribute their costs to the project. And so it would be found, but it is a part of that 8% when we put it on the project.
It's a part of the administrative support as well.
Yes.
And is there a column or a place that those are combined to tell us the actual cost of project administration?
It can be, yes, sir. It's not together. Go ahead.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Kaspowitz, I think there's two pieces to this that I need to get you some data on. First off, related to projects themselves, we have a construction engineering and inspection budget that can range from 10 to 20, 25% of the budget when we estimate them. That would be staff that are assigned to and are expected to oversee and carry out the project itself. And then there would be administrative staff that don't charge directly to projects that would be seen as kind of an indirect cost that could be in construction management or in the administrative areas that may be associated with processing payments and things to the project that would not be directly charged against the project itself. So I think we can get a better handle from a project-by-project perspective on the CEI side of it. But again, the general administrative side is really just the bigger pieces that are seen within the programs that support the agency. Hope that helps.
Yeah, generally.
I'm sorry, Laura, did you have something else? John Lawson just thought as we were going through the budget and approving it, breaking this out into sections so that just a more in-depth look at the pieces of the budget would be helpful. And so thank you for following up with Mr. Kaspowitz on this.
I do have an additional question. So, I mean, ultimately, I would think it would benefit us to know on the construction part of this budget what our actual costs are. I understand they're mixed within the administrative, and the reasons you've just given make sense. But is there a way that we can track that in terms of the total cost of project administration as it relates to these two respective budgets? And we've got a construction budget, and we've got a general administrative. I think it would help to be able to some extent, definitively combine those to know what our cost to administer our own projects are as a percentage of the project value.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kaspowitz, what we have done in the past, and we try to keep a ongoing look at it, is kind of looking at what are the indirect cost or quote an overhead rate distribution would be for the department. And if you look at what we spend for construction management and administration, and you just kind of spread that across the expenditures in the programs that it supports, it kind of gives you a sense of what you're talking about. But again, since we don't record and don't want to record, administrative, I mean, I certainly don't want to charge my time or Ms. Farmer her time to a construction project because we're talking about it. So I think we can clearly look at the oversight costs that are charged to projects, which is all encapsulated in that $1.7 billion construction program, which is what the budget supports the projects that are in the 6-year improvement program. And then we can say what percentage additional, in fact, there would be if you were to apply an overhead rate that would cover all the indirect cost.
And I guess that's what I'm more interested in, would be the funding that's coming from the general and administrative overhead that's being applied to projects. It's hard to assess that number without knowing that. If it's 10% of that budget, it's not significant. If it's 30 or 40%, I'd like to know that at some point with a greater degree of specificity than.
But the construction budget that you see in the 6-year improvement program doesn't include those administrative.
I understand,
okay.
but
You're just trying to correlate them.
To correlate, to come up with a total,
Certainly.
actually, if you will, to be very.
We can do that.
Secretary, if I could just add a little bit to this. One of the conversations we've had a little bit in Northern Virginia, John heard from some of our jurisdictions that when they're executing the project, but there's going to be VDOT oversight of the project, which is appropriate so that it can come into the system, et cetera, that it's sometimes very hard for the jurisdictions to predict what that cost of the VDOT oversight is going to be, which may or may not show up in this highway construction section because it's not a VDOT project per se. And so that's the other sort of side of the coin that I'm somewhat interested in, just from the point of view of helping people understand as they're planning for a project what the cost might be to actually have it come efficiently into the system.
I'd say, if I can take part of that, and John, you might answer that, but when it comes time for the locally administered projects, you should have a local liaison that's working with the locality in predicting when they're developing the program or project administration agreement, they should be working with identifying the level of oversight that would be required in the preliminary engineering, the right-of-way, and the construction phase. And prior to that agreement being executed. So there should be a high-level estimate that would be provided at that point in time for them to predict the level of oversight. And then when it gets into the actual project, those individuals that would be charging to that would then have a project budget that would charge against that project. So we would know how much oversight is being provided back, whether it's from the local liaison standpoint or any engineering services that are provided, including any inspection.
And I guess what they're saying to us, and again, is anecdotally over a number of years as they've done different projects, the rate has been quite variable. So not that there's not a negotiation going on every time, but that there can be a wide range that they don't quite understand. So I don't know whether there's a standard approach, you know, where people can kind of look and say, we can expect 1% for this and 2% for that. I'm making that up. But anyway, that's what we're hearing. And it seems like in the efforts that we're all doing to kind of get the greatest bang for our bucks, that this is a conversation at least worth probing a little bit more to understand on.
Part of my intent of having Laura and John be able to present and break out our budgetary items is to be able to bring some awareness back to the programs and services that the department's providing overall, just not from the policy end on the things that you're seeing or the large-scale projects such as HRBT. So I'd like to give a lot more awareness to what we're doing in the planning side of the house, the research side, certainly the environmental, understand why those services, why you've seen a large increase, a 50% increase back to the environmental program. Some of the same questions I asked Mr. Lawson when I came on board in January as to why am I seeing this, just from an awareness standpoint. So I'd like to be able to bring additional presentations on a month-to-month basis about our other divisions and activities that we do here. But I would say that we can work with the local programs office to be able to help address and potentially come back and deal with some normalcy or some consistency.
There may be wonderful explanation.
There may be.
That we just need to give.
Sure. We can work through that.
Good point. Well, thank you again. And when you follow up with Mr. Kaspowitz about that breakout on the construction cost, so anyway, would you let me know as well? Okay, thank you. I'm going to interrupt the schedule very, very briefly because when I said that there were 2 special guests in the audience, I didn't want to take away from the presentation, but we actually have 3. We probably have more than 3 in the audience, but we do have a 3rd that I know about, and that is Lynn McDaniel. As you all know, I was very excited coming into this position to open an office of transportation innovation, an office that would actually look at creative solutions across the entire Secretariat. And so I actually had approval very early on, and it took us until May 29th to actually open the office and have Lynn McDaniel come on board. As I have mentioned to you before, the mission is really twofold. One, to help us solve transportation problems with reliability, safety, reliability, and to look at economic development opportunities for Virginia. And so with that, Lynn, would you like to just come up and introduce yourself to the board and kind of just share a few of the things you shared this morning?
I appreciate that introduction. It's a pleasure being with you all this afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here and in the Office of Innovation and with the Secretary of Transportation. Everybody has been amazing and wonderful. And what I'll share with you, I shared with the subcommittee this morning, is while I have been around federal, state, and local government the majority of my professional career, this is the first time that I've officially worked for government, and this is my third full week on the job. I have learned...
She's still here.
I have learned a tremendous amount, and I just appreciate everybody's patience as I get up to speed. Right now, what I'm working on is trying to get a snapshot and get my arms around all of the great innovation and the projects that are going on in the Secretariat. As you all know, Rob Carey did a great job in this position when it was housed specifically within the VDOT organization, and now it has been elevated to be across the entire Transportation Secretariat with the support of this board. So thank you very much. I am here. I've hit the ground running. I have a lot of great ideas. I've got a lot of great support, and I'm just very, very passionate about technology, excited to be here, and the sprint has begun, and we're going to be focusing on broadband and fiber and UAS, and there's just a lot of great things going on here in the Commonwealth, as well as the transatlantic cables, and there's just so much that goes through my mind. But anyway, I look forward to working with each of you all, and I look forward to our Innovation Summit that is going to be in Norfolk at the Hilton, Maine. This is going to be tied to the October CTV meeting, which will be October 30th through November 1st. And thank you very much.
With that, your official welcome. So I knew Lynn was sitting in the audience, and I wanted everyone to have an opportunity to welcome her. Okay, and with that, I'm going to have Steve Pitter come up.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Board. I'm going to give you all a real quick update on the changes to the 6-year improvement plan from the draft to the final, and then at the very end I have one slide to touch on similar changes from draft to final for our DRPT budget. And this slide is a real high level, and it shows a really large change from draft to final of over $1.1 billion. And as Mr. Lawson alluded to earlier, with the passing of the legislation that's now been codified as Chapter 854, we had dedicated funding for WMATA, and with that passing, then we needed to add that to our 6-year improvement plan, which was $927 million over this 6-year plan. Additionally, we got revenue information for some toll funding on 395 and 66 outside the Beltway. And those allocations are really revenue estimates that are planned future allocations beginning in FY20 for 395 and FY22 for the 66 project. And I just, at a high level, wanted to touch on those, and I'll go in a little bit more detail beyond those major differences. So with this slide, I'm taking the transit side of our 6-year improvement plan and breaking it down into the different programs. You see the new WMATA, you see the WMATA line where we've dedicated part of the Mass Transit Trust Fund. Within the dedicated line is the WMATA money that we just spoke of. That's dedicated the local taxes that were collected and then allocated in Chapter 854. Further, the difference in other And then part of the capital change is we had in the draft program allocated about $9 million to the state oversight program for the Metro Safety Commission, and we had put that in the draft program mistakenly in our capital program, and so between draft and final we moved it to our special program, which is the other line. And then also in the capital line, we got updated information. As Ms. Farmer alluded to, we get funding from VDOT from our CMAQ programs that the MPOs allocate funding to, and then we also get the state match for that. And we got updated information, and that actually added $54 million into our capital program over the 6 years between draft and final. So that 54 offset by the 9 million that moved from capital to special. And then the remaining difference was there were a few projects that a couple of our grantees, we had left those capital projects out in our draft because we needed more information, needed to work with our grantees. Specifically, I believe it was Greater Richmond Transit had a few projects there that we added back in between draft and final. And finally, I think I should address the operating difference. What happened there is for our 5307 governor's apportionment, which is operating funding we get from the federal government to support our small urban grantees, Charlottesville, Fredericksburg, Lynchburg, Blacksburg, et cetera. When the Federal Register came out between draft and final, it showed a $300,000 a year decrease. So the $2 million it's showing here is that $300,000 for 6 years. And the next slide essentially just puts to words for posterity's sake what I just said about the changes. And then I just want to spend a moment on the changes on the rail program. And what we did there was we have an existing project with the port working on their NIT terminal to work on their central rail yard, and we increased funding on that project as it's further developed, the planning for it, and so the funding therefore was increased to meet the needs. And then finally, from Amtrak, the second bullet there, we got better, more up-to-date estimates of the subsidies needed for both operating and capital for our 6 trains that we operate. And over the 6 years, we had a $7 million increase in those subsidies. And I'll remind everyone, they're estimates. And finally, I have one slide on the changes from draft to final on our budget. And I guess the budget went from $807 million in our draft we presented in May down to $793 million that we're asking you to approve tomorrow. And that change relates to, once again, the legislation that had passed Chapter 854. It had a commuter rail and operating fund. And for draft budget, we had included that we thought we might process that funding through our financials and have the expenditures on our books. And I guess as we've been working through with the local partners that we work with, VRE and NVTC and PRTC, we've come to the conclusion that that money should flow the same way as the existing motor fuel sales tax. And with that, the other 2 bullets here are similar. We're going to have a $14.6 million admin budget. It is a $700,000 increase from last year, and that is in Chapter 854. We are charged with setting up a more robust prioritization process for our capital, transit capital projects. And then additionally, with the Atlantic Gateway project, we need some technical assistance, which those 2 items account for the majority of that increase. And the last bullet there is just showing you of our total budget of planned budgeted outlays for the year. The admin, the $14.6 million is 1.8% of that number. And with that, I'll gladly entertain any questions.
Questions? Any thoughts? I guess the good news is we did resolve in which budget the WMATA funding would be. Last week it was in both.
Yeah, we hope so.
So anyway, Director Mitchell, anything you want to add? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson, are you up again? Mr. Lawson, I need to step out for a moment. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Mr. Grzinski. I just would like to ask the board that he not make any resolutions while I'm gone. Some unexpected expenditure that you all are going to approve. Some unexpected project that we might not know about yet. So excuse me for 1 minute, I apologize.
Certainly.
With that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take up the matter of the Western Bridge, the Bi-County Parkway, the Long Bridge, and the Roslyn Tunnel, all from the general fund.
This must be your last
one. John.
Mr. Chair, as we're still in the workshop session, I'm going to continue on with the 6-year improvement program from the VDOT perspective. Although there's been a lot of work and activity by Ms. Pryor and staff between the April draft and today, I'm pleased to say that there are no significant changes to the program. The program it has slightly dropped as we have made some adjustments. As you know, the program at $16.8 billion for highways, a total of $21.2 billion, supports about 3,800 projects across the Commonwealth. And as discussed last month or previously, the program is actually supported by $7 billion of local or other funds. This program would be the highway side of this program would be nearly half the size it is if it wasn't for the funding coming from outside of the department. As you know, starting last year, as we've implemented state of good repair and the new formula as it relates to HB 1887, several of our programs today are allocated or handled annually, and others are done on odd fiscal years. This year, we'll be addressing 4 annual programs: state of good repair, the RSTP program handled by MPOs, the CMAC program, again, handled through the MPOs, and the highway safety, all done annually. And in total, that group represents about $2 billion, a little over $2 billion. And then from the odd years, we are addressing revenue sharing as well as the transportation alternatives programs. And just pointing to some highlights, much of this kind of follows what we talked about in March. We continue to provide about $107 million to the Innovation and Technology Transfer Fund, which is a carve-out from the High Priority Projects Program. There's about $80 million for the Unpaved Roads Program, which comes out of the District Grant Program. And we continue to maintain the state commitment of $100 million annually towards revenue sharing. The optional CTB formula, we keep talking about that, but you won't hear about it much longer. Next year, in 2020, it will sunset. And the monies that are going through that CTB alternate formula have been held firm for some years and will not change. The federal funds that are not subject to formula distribution, some of the older bridge monies and so forth that were handled previously are the same again as in prior years.
Mr. Rosen.
A quick comment / question. One of the things I hear most commonly from jurisdictions is their disappointment in the reduced amount of revenue sharing. And I wonder if there comes a point where the commissioner and the secretary and you feel like we could revisit that issue and see whether the board has an interest in increasing it. It's the most common thing I hear is, we were looking ahead to do this and the amount reduced, from 180 to 100 million, and that's stymieing the ability for some localities who are putting their own money into the project to get projects done. So, comment/question, I guess.
I was going to say that I think I've heard the same thing from localities saying that the return on the investment is certainly something that we should investigate. I think that is something that we need to take back to the Secretary and have a policy decision made on that.
President, Mr. Williams.
Excuse me. I think most of that complaining comes from the communities that are really good at it. Some of them build their CIP. If you look at their CIPs, it matches their applications for, and some of the regions, that are currently here in Central Virginia are extremely good at it. Some localities aren't maybe as aggressive or as sophisticated enough to design the program so they get so much of it. So there's a lot of controversy about revenue sharing.
Well, and the example I would just give is that in Roanoke, my home city, there's a $16 million bridge that's nearing completion, and the city put $8 million on it and got $8 million in revenue sharing. Upcoming is a $22 million bridge, where obviously if they only get $5 million or $10 million over 2 years, it's a disproportionate amount based on the project. So I'm sure there are places, that complain, but I think there are also jurisdictions that really truly put the money to good use, and it is a good return on investment for the Commonwealth.
Policy standpoint, if you remember, Mr. Whitworth headed up a task force on revenue sharing. Mr. Whitworth, you want to comment?
And I believe that it was agreeable that we would review that entire policy on a periodic basis. Certainly, this was one element that would be subject to review. The committee did take a fairly firm stand. It should not go lower, and that if budgets go higher, this would go up proportionally higher too, but at the same time, we wanted to look at the entire program on a periodic basis.
Seems to me, my memory is we decided we wanted to do 2 cycles with these rules and then revisit
That's right.
it.
And I don't disagree with the rules. I'm just saying that the total amount of money in the pot to be split. I'm sure jurisdictions in your area really put the money to good use.
Well, they do. I guess the point, Court, though, the rules, the most important way that the rule changed was in limiting the total amount that was available. And that wasn't done only because of the size of the pot. And so, I think we wanted to take 2 stabs at this and see what really happened. And the statistics we saw 2 meetings ago were pretty telling in terms of the number of jurisdictions that were able to leverage dollars.
If I remember the discussion, how we got to that to begin with was, do we want to put our money in smart scale and we're picking the right projects and we're prioritizing, or do we want to give it to local governments to do matches on their projects that may not perhaps fit the smart scale application process? And
Deputy Secretary
it's a
Donahue.
contentious subject.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the board. I would just, you all did have a discussion. I think the discussion that ended up ultimately in your policy document was that in the future, as smart scale grows, the amount of funding available for the revenue sharing program should be reconsidered. I'd like to remind the board that we did talk about House Bill 765 earlier this year, which was a bill by Delegate Jones, which was enacted by the Assembly. And in the past, we've traditionally had language, that said revenue sharing will be between $50 and $200 million. That was revised this session, and it now says that the budget is $100 million, the lesser of the greater of $100 million or 7% of the funds available for formula distribution, which at this moment, the greater of the lesser is $100 million. And if 7% is ever over $100 million in time, as the revenues go, if they go up, then you'll see the revenue sharing program also go up. And so I think the General Assembly there was kind of saying, we understand there's been some discussions. What we'd like to see in place is some kind of codification of some of the things the board talked about, and it put that in place. It also did reduce the project size in line with the things that were put into place with the board policy. And so you have seen the assembly, I think they looked at the work you all did, they took certain aspects of it they believed to be appropriate to codify, and that is now, well, will be on July 1, the law of the Commonwealth. And so I think there is a mechanism for growth in the future, but there was also put in place that a minimum of 100 million will be the project size. I do want to note, because Mr. Lawson will raise this in future years, we are not in an upward trajectory with our construction program now. We're not in a vast deceleration either. So I think we're likely at a kind of stable place of $100 million for the next few rounds of the revenue sharing program per year. So again, on a biennial cycle, $200 million.
Further comment on the deputy's comments? We're good. Mr. Lawson, you want, John?
Hey, Nick, when do you forecast we will ever reach the threshold to go over $100 million?
In the upcoming 6 years.
I'd say
Maybe never.
None of us will be here.
Let's not use the never word, but at this time, for the current planning horizon, we do not exceed $100 million.
Good point, John. John, you want to continue?
Yes, sir. Just kind of wrapping up here, just with some additional highlights. In terms of the Smart Scale update, because as we know, we're not doing Smart Scale this year, but the program, within this program, there is about, there is 1.1 billion allocated to the Construction District Grant Program. Of that amount, 256 million is available for round 3. It's the 23-24 funding. Also, and it includes monies that were unprogrammed from the prior round. There's 1.1 billion allocated for high priority projects, and again, if you look at the amount available for round 3, it's about 226 million. And again, it includes the small amounts of funds that were left unallocated from the last round. The project portal is open. We have received, as of the date, 554 applications have been created. And the submission deadline for those applications is August 1st, so we're a little over a month for applications to be completed. As part of the program update, we have looked at the awarded projects and reviewed for surpluses and shortfalls, and as a result of that review, we've identified a little over $8 million in district grant funds and $52 million in high priority project funds that were not needed, that will be available to address shortfalls or available for round 3.
Everybody hear that last comment? I just want to make sure that you realize what's out there. Go ahead, John.
Well, that's all I have. Unless anyone has
Further questions for Mr. Lawson? Mr. Kaspowitz?
That last number, the 52, 8.3 and 52, does that include the amount that's been reserved by the districts in their last round of Smart Scale? Or is that an independent number?
Reserved?
Well, I mean, the unallocated portions from...
It does not include the amounts that were not allocated in the previous rounds were included in those upper numbers.
Further questions? Thank you, John. Next on the agenda, of course, wouldn't be a meeting without Julie Brown with some amendments to the local programs update. Julie?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Today I have just a short presentation to give you an update on several programs that we'll be asking you to approve during tomorrow's action meeting. These are the programs that we will be talking about today. I'll be giving you the update on the recommended allocations for both the revenue sharing program and the transportation alternatives program, as well as providing an overview for maintenance payments to the cities and towns that maintain their certain streets, as well as the 2 counties that maintain their local systems, Henrico and Arlington County. So I'll start off with revenue sharing. And this, of course, shows the breakdown by district of the applications that were received this application cycle. Of course, this was the first year that localities submitted applications for a 2-year cycle. So in total, we had 86 localities submit applications for revenue sharing for 269 projects with a request of $246 million. We did have 8 localities that requested the maximum $10 million. That's $5 million maximum for each of the 2 years of the 2-year cycle. Those districts that had a locality that asked for the maximum has an asterisk, but those urban localities were Chesapeake, Leesburg, Lynchburg, Roanoke, Suffolk, and Winchester, and the counties of Fairfax and Loudoun. This is a summary of what will be recommended for approval this year. And based on the allocation available for each of the 2 next fiscal years, we had $200 million. We also had $17.2 million available from prior deallocations, giving the board a total of $217.2 million. As I indicated when I briefed the board in January on the applications that had been received, based on the funding available and the request, we knew we'd be able to recommend funding for all projects that met the Priority 1 criteria, but not enough to fully fund all Priority 2 projects. Based on criteria and the guidelines, for the Priority 2 request, each locality will receive 100% of their first $1 million, and then all requests over $1 million will be prorated. The one update for currently is that prorate will be almost 92%. I think when I presented in January, we were estimating a prorate of about 80%, but a couple of localities have withdrawn their applications, which provided more money to be distributed among the others. Of course, there are insufficient funds to provide funding for 3rd or 4th priorities. This is the district-by-district summary of the projects that will be recommended for approval. There will be a total of 221 projects recommended for funding, with those requests coming from 76 different localities. Next, I'll move to transportation alternatives. Again, yes.
There were, I believe I'm correct, some projects that, while weren't funded through revenue sharing, were funded through HSIP bike ped. Do we look at those at another type, at another meeting, or how do we hear and see those?
I mean, there were some revenue sharing and transportation alternative projects where localities submitted funding for both. And I think we have one example where they opted for transportation alternatives and one example where they opted for revenue sharing. And so that would be considered, if they receive funding in one, then we would consider that a withdrawn application from the other program. And so when I mentioned that we had several projects that had applications withdrawn, one of those is a project that received transportation alternative funding and therefore said, no, I don't need the revenue sharing money.
So that, that funding through HSIP will be, where will we see that?
That is approved annually as part of your budget. It will be approved.
Mr. Whitworth, the HSIP projects are contained in the 6-year plan already. They are not part of Julie's program. They're going to be contained, when you go through the application cycle in the fall, they get programmed back in the, I want to say, Kim, help me out on when do they get programmed? March, April timeframe for the 6-year plan. So they were in the draft program and they are in the final program that's going to be adopted tomorrow.
I was just aware of several TAP programs, for instance, that were taken out of TAP, but they got their funding through this other program.
They have their funding.
And my question was, where do we see that?
And it will be in the program that gets approved tomorrow, in terms of, it's in your 6-year program in the draft now with that funding type.
I'd say, Mr. Whitworth.
We can probably follow up and show you where that is.
Absolutely, and if there's a particular project, we can get staff to be able to see where that application fell, whether it's been approved or not.
Okay, I'm aware it's approved, but I just didn't know, the board isn't aware of those particular projects. And I had some, and I'm sure there are others in other areas. Whether it's just meshed in with our 6-year program, or whether we actually look at those programs separately, just like we do our TAP applications.
That would be meshed in with the safety HSIP money would be meshed in with the 6-year program.
That was a really good question.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure where it was in the budget.
I think he has the potential to be the vice chairman.
I don't know. I'll have to see what happened when I left.
I will comment that particularly the at-large members, when we go through the at-large selections, we give you that colorful sheet that indicates the funding in the MPO areas and then what has received funding and what hasn't. The very last column of that chart has a column other funding, and we do note that on that so that anyone who wants to look at the full body of the transportation alternative applications can see that while that project may not have received funding through transportation alternatives, it was funded, and we do note that in that report. We can make sure that gets posted on our webpage.
I think that's important.
Okay. Okay.
For my benefit, how much money is in that alternative funding? What do you call it?
The highway safety.
Safety.
How much money annually is available on that?
I'm not the best person to ask, but it's...
Malvin, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I believe the HSIP total funding on an annual basis is about $50 million. The bike ped, I believe, is another $10 million that's a set aside.
Okay, transportation alternatives. Again, when I presented the application summary in February, indicated again, this was the first 2-year cycle we had for transportation alternatives. We did receive 134 applications requesting $66.1 million. We did have 3 applications withdrawn for different reasons. And for the most part, they received either funding from another program or they couldn't get the commitments they needed to get that project to move forward. The chart shows the breakdown of funding for the different parties that do make allocations to projects. This is our summary of this year's recommendations. Again, 134 received, 3 withdrawn. 86 projects did receive full funding. 6 projects were recommended for partial funding. 39 projects that were shown did not receive any transportation alternatives funding, but the note there really is intended to kind of get at what Mr. Whitworth was mentioning, that there are 3 projects that, while not shown as transportation alternatives, did receive funding from other programs, and it was through the bike ped through the HSIP program. This is similar to the revenue sharing, kind of your breakdown district by district. This shows both the breakdown of the requests we received and then the breakdown of projects that will be recommended for selection. Of course, several districts do have MPOs in their district, and those MPOs do receive their own allocations in addition to the district member allocations and the at-large members, that they can make selections within their MPO area. So you'll notice that Northern Virginia does have the highest allocation available, but again, they have an MPO that has $5.4 million to distribute over that 2-year cycle, and so that's what's factored in there. The tentative list of projects that will be recommended for selection are in your action packet and also are on our Local Assistance Division webpage. Next, I'll move to our maintenance payments, and I'll start with the payments to urban localities, the cities and towns. Based on the Code of Virginia, this board does recommend allocations each year, as well as approve mileage, the additions and deletions for the inventory for those urban localities. The payments are made quarterly based on moving lane miles in the urban system, defined as a lane mile that is available to peak hour traffic. Each year, the maintenance program is increased based on the same growth rate that VDOT uses for its maintenance program. And again, these payments are made quarterly. For the urban system, we do have two categories, a different payment for principal and arterial roadways and another one for collector and local roads. This represents what will be recommended for our maintenance payments for this year. Through our normal additions process, our cities and towns did add 64.27 lane miles this year. The increase in the maintenance budget was about 3.22% for a total budget of $386 million for payments to the urban localities. The new payment rates based on that will be $21,690 per lane mile for principal and arterial, and $12,735 per lane mile for collector and local streets. You see the mileage for both our arterial and collectors identified there. I'll mention the overweight permit fees based on legislation passed in 2012. The overweight permit fees that are collected in cities and towns are distributed back to those cities and towns based on their lane mileage. For this year, that will equate to $6.79 per lane mile. Also, we recommend continuing the $1 million that is paid to City of Chesapeake. City of Chesapeake is the only city in Virginia that maintains movable structures, and those movable structures do have a much higher maintenance cost than normal bridges. And so since 2005, based on a recommendation of the board, there has been a $1 million payment to help them offset their additional costs for those movable bridges. Next, we'll move to the maintenance payments for the two counties in Virginia that maintain their local system, Arlington and Henrico. Again, CTB approves the mileage additions as well as the payment rates for these two counties. Process is very similar to what we do for our cities and towns. Through our normal process this year, both counties did add roughly 20.23 miles.
I thought the rate, the per lane mile rate was set by code, wasn't it? We don't determine that, do we?
The payment rate is set in the code, and then each year, the base budget is increased by the same growth rate that VDOT updates its maintenance program, and then those rates are then recalculated based on that growth rate and any additions in the system. So for this year, maintenance payments, the budget, $69.2 million, with Arlington, $21.2 million, Henrico, $49 million. The increase in the overall maintenance budget for these counties was approximately 3.78%, a little bit more than the urban, and that was based on a budget amendment General Assembly passed in this year's budget, providing some additional money to Henrico County based on a mileage adjustment that occurred last year in Arlington County. It was intended to hold Henrico County harmless. Similar to cities and towns, Henrico and Arlington also receive permit fees distributed in their maintenance payments. All of these programs will be on the CTB action meeting tomorrow for your action, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Brown, thank you so much. You're usually up there a lot longer. I will say that.
Like it short.
Thank you. Mr. Ernest. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Secretary, members of the board. Back at the March action meeting, we had a question that was raised about the limited amount of competition that we had for our statewide ITS maintenance services contract. So I'm here today to share some information that we received back from those firms that were at our mandatory pre-bid meeting, but that did not submit proposals. So just as a matter of quick background, we've been engaged in ITS maintenance contracts since about the mid-2000s. We had some variance in those contracts as far as the payment terms, performance metrics, and whether we use state forces in some regions versus contractors in others. So in 2013, that was really our first opportunity to establish this statewide ITS maintenance program, which was under our TOC and statewide ATMS services contract. That was the contract that was awarded to Serco. And that contract did bring consistent approaches and measures. It also included a couple of new elements, which was the management of our total ITS inventory of assets, as well as running our 24/7 network operations center, which receives real-time alerts from our devices, so those events can be triaged and sent out to our maintenance crews. So that contract with Serco was ultimately terminated in 2015. That left us in the position where we had to establish emergency contracts with the subcontractors that were under that contract. And in parallel, we had to establish replacement contracts for all of those services. That included TOC floor, SSP fleet, as well as the ITS maintenance program. And so as we started putting that contract together for ITS maintenance services, we intended to keep most of the scope the same. We did entertain looking at different geographic lot sizes as part of the new replacement contract. But to really gauge industry, we did conduct an industry forum back in January of 2016 to see what kind of feedback industry had about our proposed recommended reprocurement strategy at that time. On the heels of that, we also conducted one-on-one meetings with industry where we really got some candid feedback. We have 16 firms there. A handful of those are ITS maintenance-related contractors. So ultimately, we took that feedback and incorporated it into our RFP, which was advertised in March of 2017. A couple weeks later, we had a mandatory pre-bid meeting. You see the firms there that attended that meeting. And as a follow-on to that, we also had a couple of field visits to provide a little more context to the contract. So ultimately, we did just receive the two proposals from Elite Contracting Group and Digital Traffic Systems on April 20th. And then we really spent the remainder of 2017 reviewing those proposals, conducting oral presentations, and we had extensive negotiations with both firms, knowing that we only received those two proposals. The RFP did allow for a single statewide award or an award to two major lots, essentially the eastern half of the state and the western half of the state. The selection committee did go with the two regional lots, and that's what was presented back in March for award. So as far as reaching out to the firms that attended our mandatory pre-bid but that did not submit proposals, those are the three firms listed there: Aegis, ITS, HDR, and US Facilities. There were a couple of other firms that were at that meeting, but they only intended to be a subcontractor. So these were the three that intended to prime but did not submit proposals. So these are the 7 questions that we developed and put forward to those three firms. We tried to cover, all the different areas that we figured could be an issue, including the size of the awarded lots, the management of our spare parts inventory, payment terms, insurance and bonding. So we conducted phone interviews with all three firms, and this is essentially the feedback that we received. All three of them were interested in the smaller lot size, all the way down to regional level. So that would be 5 contract awards if we were to go that route. There was some concern, but not overwhelming concern, about the purchase and management of our ITS asset inventory. And then for all of those other items that we asked questions, there really weren't any particular issues that stood out. So with all of that, what we recommend when this procurement goes again for re-advertisement, based on the survey results, we will revisit the lot size issue. To do that, we feel like we need to, at that point, gauge the industry capability again. These things do change almost on an annual basis. So we would need to survey the industry through our industry association, ITS Virginia. There's also another association, AMOSHA, that's actively involved in this area. And we would essentially assess the capability of firms to deliver both at the statewide level all the way down to individual regional levels, and then maybe somewhere in between like we've currently landed. One thing we would need to evaluate is the burden that puts back on VDOT if we were to go back down to 5 individual contracts. More importantly is really the consistency issue, maintaining that consistency. That's been our primary driver for really keeping a single statewide approach. On the item of inventory management, one idea we came up with was we could look at the Integrated Supply Services Program to have our ITS asset inventory managed over there, providing some relief to our ITS maintenance contractors. So those are the 2 primary suggestions that we have for the re-procurement when that comes up again. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Comment, Madam Secretary. I think that's good work after the completion of the initial RFP and vendor submissions to go back and assess why others didn't bid. So good work, and I think the recommendations will probably help make that more competitive next time.
And thank you for, bringing up the consistency factor, which is also important as we move forward. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Ernest, very much. Mr. Commissioner, you're not Mr. Moore.
I'm not, but but I will be joined by Garrett Moore and Tanvir Chowdhury and Adam Mateo this afternoon to be able to talk a little bit about our pavement and bridge practices that we have here in the Commonwealth. To preface this as to why we're presenting this to you here today, well, let me jump back, is back in April and May of this year, the Office of Intermodal Planning Investment has been talking a lot about performance measures and meeting performance targets. So what we're going to be presenting here today is just the state of the practice of where we've been from the pavement and bridge side in our practices today, the current trends that are out there, our performance history, the current challenges that we have in supporting our pavements and bridges to the level that we have been, and some of the actions that we've taken to be able to extend the life of our pavements, our bridges, and use our money very efficiently. But the real intent of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the practices leading up to the adoption of formal performance measures that you'll see in September. So next month in July, we're going to be presenting some target performance measures for your consideration, and then the September meeting will need formal adoption from you to be able to put that into practice because they are due by October 1st of this year. So it's going to be a collaborative effort over the next several months working with OIPI in developing these performance targets, but this is really where we've been, what are we doing, and where we're going. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Tanvir to come up and give you a brief overview of the pavement practice today, and we're going to tag team this off a little bit with myself and Mr. Moore, and then we'll get into the bridge section next. But with that, I'm going to ask Tanvir to give you an overview of our pavements.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Let me start my presentation first with an apology because I will actually be talking about lots of facts and figures and statistics, and I will be taking you down the pavement structures figuratively and get you some of the details about our current practices. But please do bear with me for a few minutes because this information will be in support of some of the latter conversations, some of the slides that are coming up in conversation in Commissioners and the Chief Engineer's presentation in the next few slides. At the end of 2017, VDOT maintained pavement inventories over 128,000 lane miles. Most of it obviously is on the secondaries. You have heard some conversation last month about the MAP 21 performance measures and some of the new targets that we will be talking to you next month. But please do keep in mind that when we are talking about federal targets and federal performance measures, those are all on the National Highway System. The National Highway System, or the NHS, is only about 18,700 lane miles. That covers the interstates, about half of the primaries, and a few secondaries. So the point here is that VDOT will continue to measure the state performance with the separate state measures along with the federal measures and the targets that we will be presenting to you in the next few meetings. This slide shows you the current trend on the number of lane miles, the increase of number of lane miles that VDOT has been taking in, and also the daily vehicle miles traveled over the last 10, 12 years. As you can see, the number of lane miles that VDOT has been taking in has been steadily increasing, and we expect that trend to continue in the same direction. The VMT, or the daily VMT, except maybe for the exception of the last few years right after the recession, has been going up pretty steadily, and we also expect that trend to go up. Along with the number of lane miles and the VMT, one other trend that we have been noticing is that the trucks are getting heavier. Most of our pavements and bridges, when they were designed for 80,000 pounds or less. And recently, you may be aware that it has been proposed that the interstate load limit go up from 80,000 pounds to 91,000 pounds. This slide essentially just shows you the typical structure of a full-depth asphalt pavement. Again, the intention here is to show you that the surface that we see, it's the top 1.5 to 2 inches, but the big part of the pavement structure is actually underneath. And you will see this slide come up in conversation in the latter part of the presentation. On the left side of this slide, what happens is when traffic load or heavy vehicle load is applied to a pavement that is in good condition, the load is distributed properly through the different layers or the depths of the pavement, which is highest load at the top layer, and then the stress gets reduced as it travels down the further layers. Whereas on the right side of your slide, when loads get applied to a deteriorated pavement structure, the load doesn't get distributed properly as it travels down the bottom layers, and as a result, more damages happen in the bottom layers. So with our maintenance, when we just replace the surface layers later on with damages already happened to the bottom layers, we do not really get the expected service life out of the pavements that we should get. This shows the typical service life of an overlay. Usually, the pavement deteriorates slowly at the beginning when the new surface is placed. Between the excellent and good and fair conditions, the deterioration happens slowly, and then once it gets to the poor, very poor stage, it gets rapidly to a failed condition. And as you can see, it is much easier for us to take care of a pavement when it needs preventive maintenance or corrective maintenance. It's much cheaper also, because when it gets to a stage where it needs reconstruction or restorative maintenance, the costs are almost 8 times or 22 times more compared to the costs of preventive maintenance. So the key information here is that it is easier to maintain good pavements in good condition rather than letting them deteriorate where they would need restorative maintenance or reconstruction.
Secretary?
I'm sorry, Mr.
At a recent public hearing that we had on I-81, where truck traffic was of great conversation, I was approached by trucking industry talking about the desire to, and I don't know enough about this to know the pros and cons, but many states allow tandem trucks to carry. And does that, if we had a more availability for that type, would that reduce the wear on the pavement?
Depending on the axle configuration and the number of axles, the load can be distributed differently. Obviously, the more number of axles we have, the less will be the stress on the pavement surface. So it actually depends on the axle configuration. But the general information is that we would need the axles to be spaced closely, and we would like to have more axles on the trucks. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Sure, I understand it, but
You indicated that they are proposing to increase the weight limit to 91,000 pounds. Does that include the requirement for additional axles to have that additional weight, or do you know?
Madam Chair, Mr. Malvin, there's actually a piece of legislation that was enacted this past session. It's Senate Bill 504. It was carried by Senator Carrico, and there's a companion piece of legislation in the House, and I apologize, I don't recall the sponsor or the bill title off the top of my head, but we will be convening a work group here in the interim between the end of the session and the upcoming session next January to examine the issue of the 91,000-pound trucks. That's something we're required by law to do, and so I think that's something that you'll see the chair, along with the commissioner and others, looking at in the interim. There's been a lot of discussion at the federal level about whether to allow these types of trucks on interstate highways. There are pros and cons, and there's some rather obvious fault lines. The truckers have one position, the railroads have another position, et cetera. I think what we're really trying to do is understand what the implications might be for our roadways, if there are axle, formations or other things that offsets it, or if no matter what, when you get to that level of weight, does it have a certain impact on bridges or other things? But I don't think at this point it's a question we can fully answer before we really have this work group that the legislature has mandated we move forward with. And again, this is a discussion happening in other states. It's happening at the federal level. So every year when the federal appropriations bill for transportation comes up, there are several different amendments that are thrown out there, often unsuccessful, trying to get at this type of issue. And so this is something I expect we'll hear continued discussion about over the coming years.
Actually, this work group that's being convened was a compromise, so we could try to determine what the impacts would be, which is what makes Mr. Whitworth's question challenging, because we aren't really sure exactly what the impact is, but obviously we're concerned the higher weights.
Mr. Whitworth brings up a good question. Tandems has a different weight distribution model than the others, so there is a lot more analysis to do.
the argument that was being expressed to me is if you're looking at reducing truck traffic on 81, now they weren't talking about pavement, but they were talking about truck traffic, and they were showing that by allowing this tandem would reduce truck traffic. And my question is, what's that do to pavement?
Madam Chair, Mr. Whitworth, I think we would have to take a look at that issue. There are some assumptions baked into that statement. Really, kind of one of them is no growth in any goods movement, which I think may be a questionable assumption kind of moving forward. But I think what Garrett would tell you if he was up here is bridges are the real issue that we need to be talking about. And when they get heavier, that's one of the real things that I think we need to look at. But at this time, again, we have to convene the work group, and I think we should let the results of the work group come back before the board once we have those.
When are the results due?
I think we can provide an update to the board at the next meeting. I don't think we have a firm date yet at that time, but I believe we're legislatively required to be done by January.
Thank you.
One other question, Nick. How about the states that are contiguous to us that may have a different weight law than ours? I mean, how do you reconcile that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Malvin, the 91,000 pound is something that's in federal law, so I don't believe any of our...
Okay, so this is just interstate. roads.
Correct. I don't believe any of our adjacent states allow those types of trucks in their interstates because it would require a federal waiver. To my knowledge, the only states that have that are border states with Canada, where higher weights are allowed for the most part on some of their more principal routes. So like Maine and I believe Minnesota have that, but please don't hold me to that. That's just my recollection.
Secretary, kind of a general information question while we're talking about truck weights. I know that there's discussions about increasing the truck weight, but as we stand here today, we issue overweight permits, I believe, as a fairly regular course of business to trucks that are over the legal weight limit. Is that accurate?
So I believe there's a distinction. There's a weight limit that is allowed without any type of oversight, and then there's a weight limit upon which no vehicle may exceed. So I think the delta here is it's 40,000 pounds you can operate without any types of restrictions or other things of that nature. When you surpass a certain length and a certain weight, then you need to ask for an overweight permit. Those are handled for the most part, I believe, by DMV, who then coordinates with VDOT on the routing. So I apologize. I don't think the folks standing at the podium at the moment can give you a clear answer, but we can get one to you.
That'd be helpful, because I understand as weight goes up, it has a disproportionate impact on the damage to pavement.
I believe they can certainly speak to that.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Both pavements and bridges, and with bridges, it's a matter of capacity and being able to handle it. But with pavements, and that's why you see the right lanes of interstates look worse typically than the leftmost lanes, because that's where the trucks travel. They do more damage, and if you heavy up those trucks, and frankly, we were never designed for 91,000-pound trucks. Our interstates were designed for much lighter. There's other things about them. Technically, we don't have free draining layers. If you ever watch a stone driveway, how it freezes up in the wintertime and then it contracts, we have that happening on our roads. So we are not designed to do that. Those are the big killers. I don't see how tandems, unless you do all things being equal, if you up the truck weight, you're going to get a higher degradation. That would take a major difference in the fleet. You'd have better weight distribution, but you're still going to have wear and tear if you're getting the same payloads with them. And with those payloads, you're going to have to up your prime movers, because typically there's a ratio in weight and pull for the prime mover to how much it's carrying. So without getting into too much detail, the short answer is heavier weights have a higher negative and higher degradation on both pavements and bridges.
Back to the DMV process for a moment. I understand it's really just procedural, that you pay a permit fee and you're then allowed, based on certain criteria, to overload what is today our legal weight limit.
On a special case basis, and what they do is they kick it over to our bridge section, who then will evaluate the spacing, may ask for a different type of trailer, and then they'll evaluate each bridge along the way to make sure we don't overload the bridge and have a bridge collapse. So and they also evaluate it for clearances, overhead and over width, if that's happening as well.
And are there lower weight additions that don't require that level of scrutiny? It's always been my impression that up to a certain limit, it's just really a permit process. Moving construction equipment, heavy log trucks.
Usually it takes some sort of review. I'd have to go back and look, but if it's over what our standard is, we usually have to take a look at it, because we may have something on the way, and the last thing we want is to overload a bridge and have the rail knocked off or something like that.
I guess what I'd like to ultimately be sure of is if we're issuing overweight permits that have a cost associated with them, that there's some relationship between the cost of that permit and the additional wear and tear that we do to our roadways.
In some cases there are, in other cases I would say it's more or less an administrative fee.
Is it possible to give us some idea in a future meeting, just the...
We can go back and give you the specific situations. For instance, in an emergency in the snow, those are done without any overall permit fee at all, but we can give you more detail on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Donahue.
The vast majority are administrative fees only.
Thought so, yeah.
Any other fee would be set by the legislature. There were several set in 2007 and in 2008. There was a study that was commissioned by the legislature in 2008 that examined this issue and did identify impacts. No action was taken by the Assembly in the following years.
To learn more about that, thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, if I may, we're looking to have maybe a 40% increase coming out of the Virginia Port Authority. Part of that's going to go by rail, a good bit of it's going to go by tractor trailer. And I was just curious if there's limitations on what can come off the ships, i.e. with the containerization and loads, the maximum loads that they have, either for, it's not necessarily a TEU, but a 53-foot tractor, regular container, and whether that's a limitation or whether most of what we're seeing in the heavy lift trucks are or just that, things like coal or bauxite or what have you. I don't know what happens in the transportation section with the trailers coming off the ships, and whether there's a limitation there on weight.
Before they leave the port, Mr. Johnson, they're still weighed to be able to make sure they're within the legal weight category, and that's based upon their weight distribution across those axles. So if they're going to move those axles to be able to meet those limits for roadworthiness, they're checked before they leave the port.
I was just wondering, though, whether or not we're looking at excess loads above the 80,000 up to 91,000, and whether those are going to be generated by tractor trailers coming out of the port facilities.
Incorporate those elements within the study to be able to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
One important note is that while we're talking about individual tractor trailers or the weight distribution of those on those axles and the impact to the pavement, remember the first slide that Tanvir showed is that the VMT that is out there, we're seeing growth in traffic. So it's not only just the vehicles and their loading, but it's also the number of vehicles out there that are impacting our roadways, both pavements and bridges. So that's going to be an important factor as we move forward, because that's incrementally going to be a component of the amount of damage and distress that we see in pavements and bridges. And Adam will have a couple slides for you on what those impacts are.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, just one quick piece of information, if I may share with you. In terms of pavement damage, it takes about 10,000 passenger cars, one pass, to do the equivalent damage of one fully loaded truck, 18-wheeler. So that's based on AASHTO figures that was published back in 1993. I'm pretty sure that there are probably more recent updates to that, but that's roughly the damage done by trucks versus regular passenger cars.
Would you repeat that, please?
So it's about 10,000 passenger cars, one pass versus one pass of a fully loaded 18-wheeler in terms of pavement damage purely.
As we're looking at these costs, what is the average cost to lay for the first time a lane mile, an interstate lane mile on average?
Just pure from reconstruction point of view, it would be about $1 million a lane mile if we're fully reconstructing an interstate.
Just looking at the costs are very high. Yes. It's important we do this well. Thank you.
This slide here just quickly shows you the different types of maintenance activities that we usually do: preventive, corrective, restorative, reconstruction, that you previously saw in the last slide. For the preventive maintenance, we just cover up the surface layer, and the intention is to preserve the good pavements in good condition. The corrective maintenance, we just replace the surface layer and we are just addressing moderate distresses. Whereas for restorative and reconstruction, obviously the pavement has deteriorated with heavy amount of distresses or have reached a failed condition, and obviously at those times we will have to spend a lot more money compared to preventive or corrective maintenance. So this slide quickly shows you what happens to a pavement when we are doing optimal treatment versus suboptimal. And let me just quickly explain to you what's happening. If you look at the picture here, on the right-hand side of the right wheel path here, if you see the scale that's placed, there's a gap between the scale and the pavement surface. That's sort of indicating that the pavement surface has rotted and the damage has extended to the bottom layers. The optimal treatment in this situation would be a restorative maintenance, or at least a 4-inch mill and fill of asphalt. That would cost approximately $300,000 a lane mile, just to give you an example. And if it's done correctly, at this point, we should get approximately 15 years out of that maintenance work. What happens is, if we're trying to stretch the dollars and if we're just trying to reduce the initial cost, and instead of replacing 4-inch asphalt, if we just do 1.5-inch, which is just the surface layer, that would initially cost about $180,000 a lane mile. But if you look at the expected service life, in regular cases, we would probably get about 10 years out of that surface replacement. But since if it is done on a pavement that's deteriorated like this, or in other words, damage is extended beyond the surface layers, the actual service life will be, instead of 10 years, it will be 6 years. Or in other words, if you look at it over a period of 15 years, we would probably be spending in this situation $450,000 a lane mile as opposed to $330,000 a lane mile if we did the optimal treatment. And this is just a quick example. And again, this is just the direct project-related costs. Obviously, if we went back there repeatedly, there would be more user costs that would also be added to this. So this just gives you a quick overview of some of the information that's coming up, and I'll give it back to the Commissioner now to talk about the pavement performance measures.
Thank you.
I think one thing before we leave this slide, it's going to be important to note that the decisions that we're making now, thinking that if we can extend the life of a pavement, it is cheaper up front to go in with a $330,000 effort than doing something that's only going to last 6 years over the useful life, because we'll be, for a number of reasons. One, if it lasts for 15 years, that means that we're out of the traffic. If we take the suboptimal treatment, we're going to be back into traffic 3 times over the useful life of that pavement, which means that our highway workers are being exposed, and our traffic and our motorists are being exposed to work zones and impediments. So there are some other ancillary benefits by doing it correctly, moving forward in making sure that we're doing the right treatment at the right time. So as I said, the main purpose for today is really to show you what we're doing and getting into what our performance measures are, or performance targets should be, on our interstate primary and secondary facilities. As Tanvir said, but we're going to rate our condition of our pavements, and how we do that is through a condition index. In short, it's a scale from 0 to 100. Obviously, 100 being best to 0 being very, very poor or intolerable. In Virginia, we've been using an index of 60 or above to be considered satisfactory or acceptable. So we're looking at a fair pavement, as Tanvir showed you a couple of those slides, what a fair pavement looks like. Fair, good, and excellent are all acceptable. Anything below that, below a rating of 60 on that scale, we consider being deficient and needing a replacement. And so our performance measures are based upon fair and above. So just a little bit of brief history on our pavement performance measures. In 2007, 2008 timeframe, the Commonwealth Transportation Board at that time was briefed on interstate and primary proposed performance measures. I want to reiterate that these performance measures have never been adopted by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. They were put out there as informational purposes. But in September, working with OIPI over the next 2-3 months, we'll be bringing back to the board for formal adoption our pavement performance targets, as well as our bridge performance targets for all interstate primary and secondary, not just for our federal performance targets that are required. So in setting the interstate and primary at an 82% level, at that time there was some considerations given in setting those performance targets. Mainly, what is the performance of our pavement condition at that point in time? The second part is, what's the available funding that we could make a sustainable program, as well as, if we do set that target, what are the other states doing? What are the other state practices? Are we within the ballpark on it? In 2011-12 timeframe, the secondary system did have a similar analysis performed and was again presented to the board and set at 65% or better for the secondary targets. So I want to give you, well, before I go ahead, in June of last year, the chief engineer had presented back to this body indicating what our current performance targets were at that point. You can see 82% for interstate primary and 65 for the interstate or secondary system. And it's important to note that on the interstate, prior to last year, we were setting the condition index. We didn't want any sections to be less than 30, which is, as you saw before, in a very poor state. What we have leading into 2017, last year, the same time, was looking at the condition index at a 35, no less than a 35. Really haven't changed, and at that time you can see in the far right-hand column what our performance was on the interstate primary and secondary, and I'll get into that a little bit more. As what was said at that point in time, the objective of those performance measures and our pavement practices was to sustain the levels that we have or increase our performance. Real quick, I'll give you an overview of what 3 states, Texas, North Carolina, and Georgia, have done with their performance target setting when we went through this back in 2007, 2008 time frame. Texas has set what they're calling a good pavement with a condition index of 70 or greater. Recall that we're looking at fair being 60 or greater, so we're really in the ballpark. Their performance target is set very high at 90% for all of their roadways, and you can see their performance to date right now. North Carolina, again, similar to what Texas has done, they've gone out and said a good pavement is something that's greater than 80%, and we're sitting at 60. They've set their performance targets 86, 80, and 75. They are hitting it for their interstate, but are not making it for their primary system and exceeding it for the secondary system. And finally, very similar to Georgia, we're roughly equivalent to Georgia, being at 70% for their fair or good or acceptable pavement, us being at 60. And you can see they've set their performance targets at 90% for interstate and primary facilities. So how are we doing? This slide's going to give you an overview of where we've been since 2009 on the interstate system. You can simply see that prior to 2012, we were at or above, or hovering right around the 80% mark, fairly status quo. But you'll recall back in, I want to say the 2013, 2014 time period, we had some major pavement failures in the Hampton Roads area on I-64, 264 that caused a one-time investment of over $300 million to be put into the interstate pavement systems. And now you can see that we've gone well above the 82% performance target up to almost the 90% and continue to make strides in that area. So very similar trend that we're seeing on the primary system. We're largely meeting the target. You can see that again in the 2012, 2013 time frame, there's a shift in funding that has caused a focus back onto the primary system, and we continue to exceed those targets, albeit by a lesser percentage. It is interesting to note, though, that I would say that while we do have these performance targets being met, 30% of our primary pavements are considered to be in very poor condition. So our statewide target for the secondary system, we had set that at 65%. And since its inception, we've seen a gradual decrease from 68, almost 69%, down to hovering right around 70%. Really, we saw in 2012 a decrease in overall spending in pavements in general. That's one reason. But by and large, in the 2011 to 2012 timeframe, there's an executive decision to make an investment in the interstate and primary system. So if you recall, our pavements on the interstate and primary were increasing, but it came at a detriment for the secondary system. So I wanted to leave you with, you saw this slide earlier. So how have we been meeting our performance targets to date? What I'll be honest with you is that we've been focusing 80 to 90% of our efforts being on the top 2 layers, assuming that the lower layers, the base layer, the sub-base, are of adequate structural integrity to be able to take those stresses and loads. However, there's a finite life to that sub-base material. So while we're doing very good right now, I think on our performance targets by having this focus on the top 2 layers, we need to recognize that we're going to be focused with reconstruction activities here in the future that are going to cost more to get done. And now's the time to really look at a reinvestment strategy. As we're looking at the performance targets on the interstate and primary exceeding the performance targets now, it is to look at our investment strategy, reevaluate it, and see how best do we look at the reconstruction efforts here, maybe on the interstate and primary, and look at reinvesting back into our secondary systems to increase those targets. I will say that if we don't do this and we continue to focus on the upper 2 layers, the pavement system will degrade over a period of time. We can do this for a period of time. We're making inroads, and I think you'll agree with me that we've made some significant strides over the last 6 years. But let's recognize that with VMT increasing, the age of the infrastructure, and the weight of our vehicles, and the amount of commercial vehicles that are on the facility, we're going to have to look at the more costly options of looking at our base layers and sub-base work. With that, Mr. Kasprowitz.
So in the situations where we do consider the reconstruction of the roadway, which is the most costly of the options, where we're reconstructing the base layers as well, do we consider alternative materials? I mean, we've been basically in a bituminous asphalt discussion, and I just wonder if, and I know you guys look at this quite frequently, if when we're going to the extent of doing a complete reconstruction, if concrete or other materials may give us longer life cycles.
I'd say is we do have a slide later in the deck to say what are we doing to extend out the useful life of the pavements as well as the innovative techniques that we're using. If you can hold that question until then, let's do that, and I'll have Mr. Moore come up at that point in time.
My question is, obviously this enhanced extended work is more costly, which I would assume would impact the number of lane miles that we would resurface a year.
Absolutely.
So how do you reconcile that we're not maintaining our current lane mile rehabilitation, knowing that the ones we do have more life, but do we face a degradation issue more severe?
Back to this one, I would say this is the easier slide I can demonstrate with. If we're at 90% right now and we have a target at 82, maybe this is the time that we take a look at degrading, not changing our performance target, but allowing our performance to drop slightly, not below the performance targets that we set, but look at reinvesting parts of those monies back into the reconstruction or efforts to be able to build up those sub-base layers so that we do get the structural integrity and we have longevity back into our pavement system. But that's going to come at a price to say that we're going to allow the performance to drop slightly or something, but not below the performance targets that we set here in the future.
I think long-term we would benefit from that decision. If 82% is our target, and we were to take that differential and invest it in either reconstruction or better product on that roadway, I think we benefit over time. It's a bigger window, time horizon to get there.
I think it can be a combination of both, but it also needs to be, we still have the secondary system out there that is, as Tanvir said, that's 100,000 miles of our roadway today that's below the threshold targets of 65% that have been set. Is this where we look at changing our investment strategy overall, that there may be some reduction in the interstate? I don't know right now. I'd put that out there, but we're going to have, I think for us, we're going to have to be accepting that our performance target, at least on this end, may see a decrease overall, but not below the target threshold that we put out there. I think our goal for VDOT and the board should be looking at creating a long-term sustainable program, not something that's going to spike up and down and cause those failures that we saw on 64 to 64 needing a $300 million increase. We'll talk about bridges next, but what we aren't talking about are the special structures that are out there as well. So we do have, the needs are far outstripping our supply of funds. And so looking at this, maybe setting these targets where they are and making sure we're making wise investment strategies, not only for our pavements, but our bridges and the things that we aren't doing today is going to be very important as we come forward. Our goal, I think, is from the standpoint of making sure that we have a long-term sustainable program.
Rosen.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Quick question out of curiosity. The states that you used to compare to were North Carolina, Georgia, and Texas, which pavements were in better condition. How much of a factor is weather in terms of, Virginia is simply not as high? I grew up in Pennsylvania. The turnpike's been under construction since I was 3. How much of a factor does that play, and how realistic is it that the secondaries are at 80% or?
What I'd say is that weather definitely takes into consideration. Dry, moist, or dry, it can change how, our bridges could be at 100% sufficiency, non-structurally deficient when we don't have the usage of salt in our mix. So it does play a factor, and I think that's why you've seen that our performance targets have been set at fair, or 60%, something that is nominal. I think that goes back to establishing a performance target that is sustainable over the lifetime, unless we make a significant large investment back.
In my mind, the target is realistic. We face certain conditions that Georgia doesn't necessarily face.
I'd say North Carolina is fairly similar in some of the climates that we have, from the ocean all the way to the mountains. They use salt. They experience the same type of sun.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grudzinski.
Steve, a question. Have you broken these down by district? I mean, I know we have a catch-up in Northern Virginia where the secondaries, it's pretty severe. I think my term on the board, the most calls I've gotten have been on secondary roads. I know Garrett had a plan for a 5-year recapture to try to reach a somewhat of stable situation, but where are we on that? And I'm sure other districts would be interested in to see what's the status in their district of the secondaries, which is the grassroots question.
What I would say is, yes, we do track that on a quarterly basis. The chief engineer does have a quarterly performance review that does break down the interstate primary and secondary roads, and what we call it is a bingo card. Where do they stand on the recovery of that system and their performance overall? I'd say the Lynchburg district has been doing a great job on their secondary system and is exceeding those targets.
I think leadership, you could go ahead and. I'm kidding.
But I would say, yes, we do have that. We can make that available. I was hoping that the district engineers were providing that to each of you in your monthly meetings or even on a quarterly basis to see where you were. I don't know, Garrett, if you want to say anything to that.
I don't know if Mr. Moore, is this the right time to address this, but I do know, is it in another section? Okay, because I did ask him to address some of the issues that we've raised. I do think as we look at the long-term strategy, secondary roads have got to be a part of that too. Yeah.
I think once we set that target, we're going to have to live by it. So let me get back to where I left off. So with that being said, let me turn it over to Garrett to be able to.
More question for the commissioners. So the other thing that we hear about frequently in all of our news broadcasts is the changes that our changing environment are creating and impacting roadways and transportation facilities. Have we started to factor the impact of more severe storms, flooding, and things that will impact our roadways in the context of this discussion? Building them more resiliently, especially in our coastal areas, or has that even entered the discussion when we talk about maintenance?
I'd say is that when it comes to the bridge replacement, it does factor into it. For example, the HRBT, we're looking at raising the new bridges as well as if we have the opportunity to remove the existing trestles and rebuild those would also be increased in height with regard to the resiliency function. Mr. Moore, you want to tackle the maintenance side? What I'd say is that most of this has been in a replacement mode rather than a full replacement. But when the bridges do need the reconstruction efforts, we do look to that resiliency as being a component of the design.
Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. To follow on with what the Commissioner had said, we do look at that for new construction. We're also looking at some pavement designs and we have been designing bridges to 91,000 pounds since 2007. So there's a number of these things going on. Some are covering what I would call under-design 50 years ago, but also resiliency. I mean, they go hand in hand. Moving forward, I think the Commissioner and Tanvir have covered, that inventory is going up, vehicle miles traveled continues to go up, truck loading continues to go up, and then these things are older. So this is a number of factors that just over time, whether it's resiliency or we just have to be aware of because, and I would say under design, it's not up there from 50 years ago. They did a good job building the interstates, but frankly, they didn't drain well. The Romans did a better job 2,000 years ago than we did 50 years ago. They had a very good way, and you can go on the Appian, I haven't been there, but you can go on the Appian Way today and still ride on it because it was built right 2,000 years ago. So we continue to maintain the network, but our focus, unfortunately, has been on the surface layers. We do have some exceptions to that, the rebuilds of 64 and the rebuild of 66 that's coming up. We'll have a new upgraded pavement, and depending on what we do to 81, we'll have some things there too. Let's see. I think I'm going the wrong direction here. Here's some of the things, and this is to Mr. Kasperitz's question about what are we doing. The last few years, asphalt prices have been very low historically, even adjusted for inflation. About 45% of the cost is binder and fuel. It was over $800 a ton in the 2008 time period just before the recession. It's been in the $300 a ton, so we've been getting a pretty good bargain on asphalt. But we're also looking at doing some innovative things with materials. We do recycling, and we are piloting some recycled wrap asphalt products, and we'd had bad experiences with those 10, 15, 20 years ago. There's piles of it in Northern Virginia. It's dying to be reused, and the Japanese can reuse it, and they sort it in a way that it's almost like a new mix. So we're piloting that so that we can get out and reuse that and use it in that sort of way, and that's something that's ongoing right now. We do use it somewhat, but we think we're going to be able to get better mixes because of the retooling of some of the industry within Virginia. There are other in-place and other recycling techniques where we have been able to rebuild portions of interstate, and we are, as the Commissioner mentioned, we are looking at maybe taking some of those interstate funds and doing more of that where we have the worst degradations where we need to rebuild. The other thing that's down there is a high polymer mix, and those are asphalts that actually have, call it a plastic or a tensile strength to them, so that we're looking at using those over jointed concrete, because when you ride down the concrete and you get that ba-boom, 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 and what those really break up, and you'll see after 3, 4, 5 years at the joints, you'll start to see deformation. They don't last as long. It's too expensive for us to go in and take all that up. But so what we've tried doing is using these mixes that have a higher tensile strength, and we probably won't know for another 5, 6, 7 years how well they're doing, but they seem to be working very well. It's a little bit expensive to put out. It's more difficult for them to do, but it's something that we're experimenting with. Thin lift is, yes, sir.
Is 64 an example of this polymer you're talking about?
The one that was just completed by Shirley has a high polymer mix in it, because we were not able to rebuild underneath. Right. So we did that over the joint. The other two sections that are underway right now, they are actually being recycled underneath and rebuilt. So we did not use, I don't believe the polymer mix is in those two, because we had the structure underneath was being rebuilt.
Well, 264 and 64, when we had the failure and we came back to, That was this polymer mix you're mentioning.
We did not at that time use it. And this is one of those cases where I would like to have, looking through the rear view, but that was an emergency when I first got in this job that we just had to move quick. So what we did is we went down and we cut and patched wherever there was concrete remaining. Some places there was just sand and gravel remaining. Put concrete patches in, and then we went over with, I think, 4 or 5 inches of asphalt, but I don't think we used any polymer mix at the time.
I think the base layer, someone from Pennsylvania, the material's so difficult to handle, they had to bring an outside contractor in to put it.
They may have. It takes a real good crew, and even they have difficulty with the polymer mix.
Not to belabor the point, but the evidence I've seen now since it's put down, it's held up very, very well. I think.
Sure, and we'll be looking, I guess the key place we'll be looking is 4 or 5, 6 years from now, how fast, because there's a rules of thumb for how quickly those cracks reflect up. Did that answer the question? Yes, sir. And then we're collaborating with industry to reduce costs. The other one that's on the bottom there is we've talked about incentivizing work for being early, and that's worked out very well. We think that's changed the way we do contracting. But for high quality and durable work, we have minimum standards that they have to pave to. What we've done is we've taken the ideal standard, call it the sweet spot for density and asphalt content, which gives you the most durability. And if you are within a certain range of it, you win an incentive, and that is measured by coring. So it's very difficult for that to be cheated one way or another or arguing over the refereeing. And we've gotten very good response from the industry on this, and it's a program that after we piloted it 2 years ago, we put it in last year, and the results on both of those, when we've tested them, have exceeded our expectations, and we've got the Research Council trying to analyze our results every year. I think that last one may be one of the biggest things that we're going to get for durability. The unfortunate part is if you're not rebuilding what's underneath it, you oftentimes don't get the maximum life that you could.
We get an update from Research Council at some point to see what they're doing in this area with new material sciences and research. And also I heard that Fairfax County is doing a pilot with a company out of Australia that we met at a Smart City demo day. I can't remember the name of the company, but could you check with Fairfax County to see what they're doing with this more durable material?
Absolutely, and we're happy. We're always trying to look, and you don't see it, but there's other things we're experimenting around with. Yes, sir.
I just asked for a meeting, Mr. Connor, about getting with the Research Council about a number of things, and one is the new materials.
What I'd say is that the presentation that John gave a little bit before, that was certainly my intention, was bring the council in, give a broad overview back to all the things that they're doing, not just in the pavement side of the house.
And this here, moving kind of from what we're doing and some of the, what I'd say, innovative things, moving to what happens when the pavement degrades, what are the costs? And there is, NCHRP's done a report, as the state of Oregon has, and they've taken and put percentages on the top and on the bottom put dollar values. What happens in the difference between a smooth road and a rough road? There is a real cost. I see where Mr. Miller has been reappointed to the board. When there was that failure in 264, I know we had members of the board with actual wheels and tire damage. I mean, these are real things that people pay if we're not keeping. So even though we don't, and maybe Mr. Johnson as well, but it was very real to everybody here that was driving those roads as it is to the public when they're doing that sort of thing. So it's something that these are, if you talk to different places, they can give you different values for it. But whatever that number is, it is real to people when the condition of our infrastructure is not kept up, whether it causes delay or it causes something else. The other thing, and this surprised me, and I think Mr. Kaspertz was there, I don't remember who else from the board was here, but we met up in Northern Virginia 2 years ago, maybe, on autonomous vehicles, and there was a representative from Volkswagen, I think Volvo, and everybody was asking, what can we do to bring autonomous vehicles to Virginia? And everybody said, nothing fancy. It's pavement, bridges, and striping. Keep them good so that we can read them and they're good, and they don't,
Consistent.
they're consistent, and you don't hit a rut, and it knocks our computer thing off and so forth. And it says it's very easy what to do. So that's something that we believe, to stay competitive, we really need to do. Not just what we're doing for our citizens, that we want to keep mobile and not have it cost them, but also to make us competitive in this high technology environment. So I was surprised to hear that, heard it a few times there, but I think it's worth repeating for those who weren't there. And that came from some of the car manufacturers that were experimenting. Shifting gears a little bit, the Secretary had received some communication from Fairfax County, and they were asking to shift some of the state of good repair funds to secondary roads for maintenance of pavement, and because of the condition of roads in Fairfax County. And that's something we have not recommended and still don't recommend to do, but what we wanted to do is come forward and say, look, we're not ignoring this. We are actually putting resources to this at a higher rate than we could through the state of good repair funding, and that we are starting to see results. But it's not going to happen overnight. So if you look at the top chart there, you see that in 2014, the percent sufficiency was 30% instead of the 65% goal. It's the lowest in the state, and we've been putting in gradually more money up to about the last 16 and 17, 93 million and 102 million towards secondary roads. About half the secondary road money in the state using maintenance funds. And doing that, in 2017, our measures said it was 38%. In 2018, it's predicted to be up to 41. That could be 42 or 40, depending on weather and everything. And then 29 predicted to be 45. But we are on a path to bring this up to where the rest of the state is. It's going to take a significant investment. I think this goes to what Mr. Garzinski was saying. It doesn't happen overnight. If we were to throw that much money in it overnight, the producers up there probably couldn't respond to it, and we'd probably choke traffic. So we have to do this in a way that's measured. But they were very much right. I would say that was almost a bill payer for some of the other things that were happening as we were getting the interstate, because even up there, they had degraded, and we needed to get those first. But we are on a very focused plan to get them back to where they need to be, up with the rest of the state, and we would like to move up from there. So I don't know if Madam Chairman, you
Well, my concern was that, given the percentage and the condition in Northern Virginia of secondary roads, that we were not using state of good repair funds to address our secondary roads. And so the chief engineer, when we met, informed me that it is far more flexible and more efficient if we use maintenance dollars to address the issue. I wanted to be able to demonstrate that, in particular with Culpeper and Lynchburg, because our roads are in better condition, our secondary roads. But in Northern Virginia, to make sure that the region knew we were investing the funds in secondary roads through maintenance dollars. And that's really what I was hoping the chief engineer would communicate.
With the state of good repair funds, I think it was at the last meeting in Bristol that we also, we had recommended that there be for Culpeper, Lynchburg, and Northern Virginia, their funding was so low in state of good repair in dollar terms, we recommended using the flexibility within the code to have the minimum add to the minimum at 6.39%. So they've got a little bit of the benefit of the doubt in the legislation there. So it doesn't help them that much, but we're trying to make sure that they have enough money, particularly in the localities, to do what they need to do. So that's all that I had. Anybody have any questions before I turn it over to Britt?
Mr. Kaspowitz.
Garrett, I'd like to go back to the alternative materials question for a moment. So I travel to Texas quite often, and they always have new highways under construction. At any time there's new roadways that are going in, I find that they're exclusively concrete-based rather than asphalt-based. And I wonder what drives that difference. If you look at Houston or Dallas or Fort Worth or any of their major cities, just about 100% of their primaries and 100% of their interstates use concrete as compared to our use of asphalt. And is there some major substantive difference in their cost of materials or their expectation of life cycle? And is there a point in the cost of the bituminous product, say $1,200 a ton, where we start to shift our thinking to an alternative material being more competitive because it has a longer life?
The short answer is there are some factors in Virginia that probably make it harder for concrete, Portland cement concrete, to compete. But if you go up to Dulles Airport, their runway is concrete. Now, the depth of their runway structure is about is below the frost line. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier in Virginia is we did not build free draining layers on our interstate. And so when you have this freeze and thaw, that makes it very, very difficult for a rigid, more difficult for a rigid pavement to compete. It can be done, and we would like to see it, and we're discussing with the concrete industry how can they come in and do that, because it does make everything competitive. The other thing is a composite. You can do concrete with asphalt on top. So that's something we're very open to. It's just there is no industry here right now. They have not competed well in the past. We are looking to see if that can change. Other things that I would say is when you get up north where there is freeze and thaw, if you travel 80 or 70, they can generally, with the traffic counts, just shut down a lane, basically take the old concrete out and rebuild it. And then with Texas, 40 does freeze and thaw, but when you get down into 10 and 30 and so forth, you've got an environment that is more conducive to a rigid pavement, you know, because of the cracking and so forth. But it's something that could compete here. We're looking at working with the industry, but building an industry where there is technical competence takes a minimum amount of work too. So I think that's a challenge that we'll have to work with. Does that answer the question?
It's a good answer. It's very much like
Yes,
building
sir.
construction in the Washington area. We do cast-in-place concrete, where in other cities they do steel. So we have the expertise and the resources to do it. It clarifies it.
Are you going to continue with bridges now?
That's actually going to be Adam Mateo, who handles our bridge program. And let me bring him over, and he can start working through the next phase of this. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our bridge program. I'll be talking about what we've accomplished recently, what we're facing in the near future, and some of the things that we're doing about it. Virginia, like paving, we have a very large number of structures. We have the third largest state-maintained inventory in the country, actually, with over 21,000 structures. 90% are maintained by VDOT. And there will be some intentional parallels between this and the paving slide deck, because there are some similar things, challenges that we're facing. These two graphs show, really to scale, the percentage of structures that are affected, that we maintain, that are affected by the national, legislation. The MAP 21 performance measures that we'll be discussing next month, they only affect bridges that are on the national bridge inventory, which are bridges and culverts that are greater than 20 feet in length from end to end, and of those, only those on the national highway system. So as we consider performance measures, performance targets, it's good to think about maybe having two sets. When we think of a bridge, it's sometimes just to kind of set the table for you to understand what we're dealing with at VDOT and in Virginia. We tend to think of a bridge like the Huguenot Bridge on the lower right, or a bridge over a limited access highway on the upper right. But we're dealing with so many other different kinds of structures. We have a legacy of timber deck structures, and as I mentioned, a lot of culverts that are counted as bridges that have to be inspected like bridges, concrete slabs. And many of these are in rural areas on secondary routes, and they're just as important to the people that they serve as well, particularly because they deteriorate rapidly, they're getting older, and very often they have very large detours, if they have any detour at all. This is the same parallel with the paving. Bridges are affected really in a significant way by heavy loads, not just the mass of the trucks that we experience on the bridges, but the number of cycles of trucks. And the vast majority of our bridges were designed for 80,000 pounds. And I think I can answer your question, sir, about the permits. We have three categories. We have legal loads, which is generally under 80,000 pounds. We have blanket permits, which I think that's what you're referring to. And for what feels like a nominal fee, you can pretty much go on any blanket permit route.
$3.
Right, not a lot. And then there are individual permits, and those are we evaluate individually. So, and I don't think it's really particularly a revenue source. And so, okay, I'll hand it over to the commissioner.
Don't step away too far. So very similar to pavements in recognizing that back in June of last year, we had presented what at that time in 2016, 2017, the current performance targets were for bridges, being 92 at statewide, not being structurally deficient, the interstate being 97, primary 94, excuse me, and then the secondary system at 89. Last year, there was a push to push the districts to see how far we could get the sufficiency ratings up. So there was an increase overall by 2 percentage points on the interstate, 2 on the primary, and we saw that we were already making some large strides on the secondary system. So certainly those were the performance targets that were there. Again, those targets have never been formally adopted by the board. So we will be looking at those next month to propose a set of targets for you for consideration again in September. I'm going to walk through where we are and where we've been fairly quickly to be able to keep this moving. You can certainly recognize that from 2009 to 2017, we've made some large strides on all the systems, recognizing that we had 1,800 structures, and we've cut that almost in half structurally deficient. Statewide target is certainly being met at only 4%, 4.5% being structurally deficient. Interstate, that trend is certainly there. We're headed to 99% not being structurally deficient. We're falling fairly close. As of this slide, we had 33 structurally deficient structures on the interstates. Primary system, very similar in its trend line, certainly the investments that we have and the innovative techniques that we've been using, and Adam will get to that here shortly. As well as this is just a quick look at our secondary system and those that are structurally deficient. A little bit higher on the structurally deficient numbers, 703. Again, the secondary system is where we have the most lane miles and a lot of the local traffic and the importance of these structures Adam's going to talk a little bit about. So with that being said, I think this is a slide that we need to take notice of. While the performance targets have been focused on structurally deficient bridges, you can see that those are rated in the poor category, those in red. Our focus really should be also in the fair category, and you can see what we're calling cusp bridges. Those are those bridges that are on the cusp of going from a fair condition to a structurally deficient condition, and that might happen within the next review or when we go out and do the next inventory or condition assessment. So as we look at this, we are, I think our judgment really needs to be back on the fair cusp bridges to recognize that those could fall into disrepair fairly quickly or become structurally deficient. That's going to be right there. Adam, why don't you come in and we'll tag team the rest of this, talking about the bridge inventory.
Great. And one of the big concerns about those fair or cusp bridges is their age. And with our bridges, all the bridges built before 2007, we think of them as on average having a 50-year service life. Now that doesn't mean that when they're 51 they need to be immediately replaced. We can usually extend them out to age 70 or so. But if you see from this chart, this is the number of bridges that were built by decade that came into our inventory. And we had a big building boom in the 1960s and 70s, and those bridges are coming due. About half of our bridges right now have exceeded their service life, and in 10 years that percentage will be about 2/3. So we're really facing some significant concerns going forward. This is the kind of the backside or the forward-looking version of the previous slide. How many bridges by 10-year interval will we be looking at age 70 or older? Now, bridges that were built since 2007, we're putting our best foot forward. We're using new materials, we're using durable materials, high return on investment. But if you can see from the slide, we're really not going to be truly reaping the benefits of today's actions on new bridges for another 50 years or so. And at the rate that we're replacing bridges, we're replacing about 3/4% of our inventory per year. It's going to take a long time at that rate to really replace our inventory. So looking forward, we have a real challenge in terms of the aging infrastructure. Try to Okay, so what we're doing about it is VDOT and Virginia, pardon me, are part of really a nationwide, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this back here. I hit the wrong, there. We're part of a nationwide effort that's focusing on bridge preservation and preservation of assets. And what we're doing about it is we're using innovative materials. I'm very sorry, this thing is it's not cooperating with me. There we go. Maximizing the efficiency of our efforts and high return on investment treatments. Maybe.
Working.
It's a little slow. There's a bit of a delay, and there we go. Here's a high-level summary of some of the things that we're doing on new structures over the last 34 years. Virginia is known really nationwide as a leader in the adoption of new technologies and new techniques, but while we're cutting edge, we don't like to get in until we're sure of something. One of the big parts of our ability to adopt these new technologies has been the Research Council, with which we work very closely. I'll go through quickly a couple of examples of some of those technologies. One is corrosion-resistant reinforcement. We put that on all of our new bridges. At first blush, corrosion-resistant reinforcement looks really expensive. It's about 2.5 times the cost of normal reinforcement for just the material. But when you look at the overall project cost, it's about 1.5% or less. And for that 1.5%, we get about an 80%, extension of the deck life. And actually, it's probably even better. Similarly, we're using flexible concrete, also developed through the Research Council, to eliminate bridge deck joints. Those are the things that when you drive over a bridge, you hear a quick thump. And they were built to allow expansion of a bridge, but what the problem is they let a lot of water and salts into bridge and accelerate the deterioration. We're putting these in wherever we can. Here's a project where we put all of this together to really great effect, just east of town. I-64 over Chaco Valley. If you've ever been to the airport from here, you've been over this bridge. And you can see prior to treatment, it was in pretty rough shape. And this bridge was really on the verge of needing to be replaced. We put some of these technologies together and we were able to do a rehabilitation. This is what it looked like after the treatments. What the big takeaway from this project is that by using these materials and doing the right thing at the right time, we were able to spend $10 million, and get about a 40-year life extension. Whereas if we had waited about 10 more years, we would have been into a replacement discussion of about 140 million years. Another nice benefit is 40 years from now, we can probably get back out there and do another rehabilitation, although the second rehabilitation will probably be about a 30-year discussion. Some cautionary information. In the bridge world, we're very proud of the safety of our bridges, not just in Virginia, but nationwide. We go out, we inspect our bridges every other year. But with the age and the heavy trucks and the repeated usage of heavy trucks on our bridges, we're seeing some new phenomena that are disturbing. One is a deck blowout, and what you're looking at there is full depth deck blowouts through our bridge decks. You're looking from the top of a bridge through to the bottom. And these are serious safety concerns, as you can imagine, but also they're very costly, both in terms of the repair costs and the user costs. They tend to happen more on the interstate, and unfortunately, they're happening more and more frequently, and they're kind of unpredictable. Also, similarly, from below the deck, as these decks start to age, we can see concrete falling down, and that's a safety hazard for people below, traffic below. Something you may not see from the roadway, but inspectors see, are fatigue cracks. And these are the result of, again, repeated cycles of heavy trucks going on bridges. And once these cracks begin to appear, then we go from the rehabilitation, repair discussion to a replacement discussion, and sometimes that's 6 times as much. We have a lot of these in Virginia, about 5,000. The effect of aging and deterioration doesn't just affect the high traffic bridges, it also affects the rural areas. And it has some really particular effects on people, again, because of these long detours that they sometimes experience and the older bridges. So sometimes if you're on a dead-end route or a route with high detour and the bridge gets posted due to poor conditions, they may see loss of homeowners insurance or access to school buses and emergency vehicles, or just basic commercial services. And here's 2 particular examples of that. One in Loudoun County, where you don't really think of this sort of thing happening. You think of it as being more urban, but it does happen. We have these rural routes, and one in Augusta County. And really, the only way across that creek in Augusta County is over that bridge. So it's very profound to the people who live there. A couple of the thoughts to close with, when you consider the bridges and the importance of bridge maintenance, is how they look. So often when we visit an area, a state, the takeaway that we get from an area is what do the roads look like, what do the bridges look like? In recognition of that, Florida and some other states have invested in that. And so you see the bridge on the left in Daytona, and the alternative is also true. When you go into an area and you see bridges that don't look great, you think of a gritty, not something so modern. So it's often worth the investment to improve the bridges. And again, in parallel with what Tanvir and Mr. Moore were saying, if we want to attract autonomous vehicles and connected vehicles, and we want to be part of that revolution, good bridge maintenance is really a critical element to that.
So are there any questions on the bridge before we wrap this up? Okay. So from today's discussion, I think Virginia is no different than what we're feeling nationwide. We have an aging infrastructure, increasing VMT, and our truck loading is ever increasing. The importance of our conversation today is really to highlight the need for a well-rounded preventive maintenance program that's out there for both our pavements and bridges. As you saw from the Chaco Valley Bridge, a $10 million investment versus a $140 million investment goes a long way and allows us to do a lot more with stretching those dollars. It's important to note that when we come back next month and in September, when we're talking about performance measures and performance targets, recognizing the need that we need to fulfill the federal requirements on performance measures, but also need to focus in on our statewide performance measures simply because of the volume of other roadways that aren't being captured. 21,000 structures that Adam talked about statewide, we have 3,700 that would be considered in the federal performance measures. We can't lose sight of our vast inventory and making sure that we're meeting our performance overall. So long-term focus and strategy is going to be really focusing on making wise decisions today for future generations. As Adam indicated, we've only covered 10% of the inventory since we started using those innovative materials. The unfortunate part is we have a lot more bridges to touch, and the return on that investment is not going to be felt for several years or several decades to come. But we're going to set up the next generation for better performing bridges and pavements. So next steps that we see this coming out, certainly the state of the practices today. Be back to you in July with a set of proposed performance targets for consideration, both the statewide and federal. But also, we're going to be back with a presentation to talk about those special structures, dare I say, the Norris Bridge, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel trestles that are out there, the sound walls, and the mountain tunnels that don't have funding attached to them by state of good repair or other means. So we're going to bring back that presentation for you to get the breadth and the depth of what those special structures are and the order of magnitude of investment that we're going to need to be making in them. And then in September, bring back the formal performance targets in collaboration with OIPI for your formal adoption. So with that being said, I know we've taken a very long presentation and tried to truncate it, but I thought it was very important to give you the lay of the land, if you will, for pavements and bridges today. Okay.
Okay, with that, any questions? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to have to rearrange the schedule a little bit. Certain things have to be in the schedule to this afternoon, and then we can move others to tomorrow. I do think, the commissioner has put a great deal of emphasis on how we're actually making these investments. So we all appreciate the work that's gone into this, and thank you very much for coming and presenting that. And so, yes, we're going to look forward to moving this forward. So with that, a 10-minute recess. Back here, 5 to 4.
So you were going to look at your thing, right?
What's that?
You're going to look at the reprogramming, rescoring?
Yeah.
Thank you. We are going to continue with the workshop. The outline for right now is we're going to do Route 7, the WMATA guidelines, and if there's enough time today, we'll do the rail industrial access project proposal. I'm hoping that we will be able to leave, I'm hoping by 5, but 4:45 would be better so some of you can check into the hotel. We knew this was going to be a long day. Tomorrow we will open with the public comment and the action meeting, and then we'll go ahead and complete all the other work that we have as much as we can. With that, Mr. Moore, Route 7.
Afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Most of this brief is going to be given by Ms. Pryor, but I need to talk about part of it first. What we have had is in Northern Virginia on Route 7, a project that we went out with a design build, is this project frankly came in with a bust. And I need to own that. We need to own that. And you need to know the reasons for that. We are recovering that, and Ms. Pryor will talk about that portion, but she had nothing to do with the bust. So why did it happen? And we were about 95 million over. I mean, this was a big, big bust. And there are 4 reasons. There's more to it, and we're in an active procurement, so I don't want to go into too much detail. But one, quite simply, is our estimate was overly optimistic. I don't know that that's the biggest reason, but we need to say that up front. I need to own that, and we're going to talk a little bit about some things we're doing to fix that. Second is there's a $200 million gas line that was added to the project, not the project cost, but it's happening at the same time. Washington Gas is doing it. It makes sense for the public to do this at the same time. We should not separate this and have the project and then have the gas lane or vice versa. It would put the area under continuous construction for a long time, and we really don't want to do. Although it costs both the gas company and VDOT probably more money to do this and coordinate it, the right thing to do is do it at the same time. The third reason is the technical requirements. When we went back and we're going back and continuing the process, is they were just too tight. There were some local requirements. There's a 54-inch water line in there. That's a big trunk. That's not a trunk that feeds houses. That's a trunk that feeds other trunks. So we've got some major utilities in there, and our technical requirements were too tight, and we've loosened those. And the fourth reason we suspect is we're just getting a tightening market up there. There's a lot of big projects going on, and we may see more. We'll talk more about that, and we're watching that very close. I don't think it's off the charts, but it's tightening some. So those are the 4 reasons as we talk to the 2 providers. So what are we doing? We have gone back to Fairfax County, and we've gone back to in coordination with FHWA, we have gone to the 2 offerers, and we are doing what's called a best and final offer process. We are adjusting the technical requirements. We've adjusted the scope. We are shooting to keep it within the 2 lengthwise project limits and recover. We do have a fallback option, but we're looking to do that. So we've got that underway. We're communicating with them. We will get a new technical proposal from them in the coming days, and then towards the end of June, we get a new price. We are pretty comfortable that we are able to shave $30 to $40 million off of it. I'll let Ms. Pryor talk about the rest of it. The other thing that we are doing is we are looking at major projects now that come in through Smart Scale with a detailed review if they are over $50 million. This is the only one in the first round of Smart Scale that had an issue of those major ones. We're doing the same thing in the second round. There are some projects that I would say we probably need to tighten up and do some work that we're flagging, but they're nothing like this. And then the other thing that we are looking to do is screen, after there's screening in the next round of Smart Scale, do similar to, we're not going to do a detailed review, but do at the central office like a real estate comparison. Is it in range? We'll take a look at similar type of projects and do a very quick, is it in, is it out? And that way it's flagged early if there's some issue. But we own this, we're going to recover it, and we just need to let you know that that happened. It's not something we like to do, but it's something that we just need to hit head on and try to recover it. Kim will talk to you, or Ms. Pryor will talk to you about the position going forward and the decision you'll have to make on rescoring. But I did want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions, or at least know we've got one that we're having to recover. Ms. Breyer?
Okay, thank you.
ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm going to walk through a presentation here on Route 7 and some of the policy background and where we're headed with it. So feel free to stop me and ask questions as we go if you'd like. As a bit of background, the board's policy on Smart Scale says that a project that has been selected for funding must be rescored and the funding decision reevaluated if there's a significant change to either the scope or the cost of the project such that the anticipated benefits relative to the cost would have substantially changed. In addition, if the project scope is increased, the applicant is responsible for the additional cost attributable to that increased scope, regardless of the budget impact. Further, your policy goes on to state that an estimate increase prior to advertisement or award that exceeds the thresholds outlined here must require board action unless the applicant is covering that increase. And so for a project with a total cost estimate less than $5 million, up to a 20% increase can be approved administratively. Greater than that requires your approval. A project with a total cost estimate between $5 and $10 million and can receive an increase up to $1 million, and a project with a total cost estimate greater than $10 million can receive up to a 10% increase without board action up to a maximum of $5 million. Of course, that all depends on funding availability and if there are funds available to allocate for that purpose. With regard to the Route 7 project, it's actually two projects. There's a phase 1 and a phase 2 to the project. It's designed to, the purpose of the project is to add a travel lane in both directions, to upgrade various intersections, and then construct bike ped facilities on both sides. Phase 1 is from Colvin Forest Drive to Jarrett Valley Drive. It has a total cost of $135.8 million with a smart scale cost of $77.3 million. It was allocated with district grant funds. The project scored a 1.054. It was ranked 19 out of 19 selected projects in Northern Virginia. The phase 2 component of the project is from Reston Avenue to Colvin Forest Drive. It has a total cost of, as submitted, $118 million. The smart scale cost was $2.5 million in district grant funds and an additional $39.8 in high priority funds. It scored a 1.159 and ranked 18 out of 19 selected projects in Northern Virginia. This is a diagram of the project so you can see generally where it is. So with regard to the status of the project, as the chief engineer indicated, we are following a design-build contracting method for this procurement. VDOT opened price proposals on March 29th and determined that they were responsive and represented good competition. The lowest price proposal exceeded the estimated cost, so VDOT initiated the best and final offer process permitted under the design-build rules. We are currently working with the offerers and stakeholders to identify measures to reduce cost, and we expect final receipt of final price proposals by the end of this month. As the chief engineer previously discussed, there are several key reasons for the higher than anticipated price proposals. We think in large part it's due to the significant number of complex utility relocations, including the $200 million upgrade by Washington Gas in the same footprint. Also a significant number of property transactions within the right-of-way. This project has an accelerated construction schedule, but it still has a lengthy duration of 6 years, which is significant. We also believe there's a possible increase in unit prices due to the competitive market for construction resources in Northern Virginia. Kind of a blessing and a curse when you're able to put a lot of projects out at once. We're recommending a slight modification to the scope to replace the half interchange at Barron Cameron Avenue with an improvement of an at-grade intersection to a triple left turn on Route 7 westbound. We have reviewed this and don't anticipate any negative impact to the benefits associated with the project, and we do anticipate some pretty substantial cost savings as a result of that. We also anticipate some additional cost savings from other changes in the technical requirements related to less restrictive clearances for water lines, and also more flexibility with some of the easements and the location of the sound walls and utilities. Because the budget increase is expected to be above the threshold outlined in your policy, we expect that this will require board action to approve. VDOT is partnering with Fairfax County to identify funding necessary to deliver the project and the benefits associated with it. Our objective is to advance and award the entire contract with the appropriate adjustments to scope and technical requirements based on the input from the offerers. Our plan B, our backup plan, as the chief engineer mentioned, should the price proposals, final price proposals come in above what we have approved in terms of the budget increase, we could potentially advance the construction of Route 7 Phase 1 plus the design utility right-of-way, utility relocation and right-of-way for the Phase 2 component as a base scope, and then construction of Phase 2 as an option to be advanced later. We are recommending to you that the board and Fairfax County share 50-50 in the final budget increase, and again, we'll know that by the end of the month. As you know, surpluses on awarded smart scale projects are to be used to cover shortfalls on other approved smart scale projects or reserved for a subsequent round. We do have cost savings from high priority projects that have been awarded statewide. We do have some slight cost savings from Northern Virginia projects from the district grant program. And we also have undistributed balances in Northern Virginia of construction district grant program funds. When this presentation was made, we thought that Fairfax County was meeting tonight. They actually met earlier today, and they unanimously approved cost sharing of the increase up to $40 million. $40 million from Fairfax and up to $40 million from the board. So our recommendation is to approve the revised scope and budget increase in July after we've received the final price proposals and reviewed them. Whatever that amount is will be shared 50-50 with Fairfax County. In the event that the price proposals exceed the approved amount, additional board action would be required. We'd have to come back to you to advance without the construction of Phase 2.
Mr. Williams.
So if it's under 80 million, if it's over 80 million, you'd come back to us?
Yes, sir.
A lot of money.
Don't expect that to occur. Beginning in round 3, we have extended the time period for validation of the applications in part to address this issue. As you know, in round 1, the time frame was compressed. It was a new process. These were both round 1 projects. We've learned a lot in the two rounds we've held so far. And so we've definitely improved our training. We've improved the application process. We've also put in place a lot of steps internally as part of our validation process to improve our review process of scope, schedule, and budget. And one thing that we've done for round 3, again, is extend that time frame so we have more time to review the applications. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Wait till you're in.
Okay, this is the last one. Internally to VDOT for our validation process, all applications that we receive are reviewed in the district. An additional 10% of applications are reviewed in the central office by our location and design staff. What we're recommending is going forward, in addition to that, any application with a smart scale cost greater than $50 million would require certification by the state location and design engineer to the chief engineer that the estimate has been reviewed and approved. If we determine that the estimate is inaccurate, VDOT will coordinate with the applicant to resolve the differences. This provision is already laid out in our process and procedures manual. And for your information, we've reviewed all the projects, as the chief engineer mentioned, from round 1 that would meet this criteria of a smart scale request greater than $50 million. There were 4 projects from round 1 that met that criteria, including Route 7. All 3 of the others have been awarded under budget. In round 2, there were 4 projects that met this criteria. 2 have been awarded on or under budget. The remaining 2 we've reviewed We believe there may be some, there is some cause for concern initially that there may be some increase in the estimate, but we do believe that the projects are early enough in the development process that we have time to recover and identify risks and identify options within the scope to keep the project in line with the budget. And with that, I will entertain any questions that you have.
So the overage is a total of what?
Because it's an active procurement and we don't expect final proposals until the end of the month, we don't know exactly what the overage is.
What do we think it is?
I'd say the original bid price that came in was 96 million over the estimate.
Okay.
Four combined.
And let's assume that's the true bid, then do I understand then the two counties are covering half of that?
Fairfax County has approved an increase of, or a contribution of an additional $40 million to the project.
Okay.
Contribution was approved by the board today. It's a split 50-50.
It's a 50-50 split, so they're up to 40 million.
So there's a $56,000 shortfall then that we will be approving.
We believe we've identified some opportunities for cost savings through those technical requirements and scope changes.
Understand. So then my question is this, knowing what we know and had this application come in, and you said it scored 19 of 19 and 18 of 19 of what, would it have been funded?
This, at the current price, they are the lowest ranked.
Looking back,
right. They are the
at the
lowest
time
ranked
we
funded
funded.
projects in the district, so if the price had been higher, they would not have been funded likely.
But Madam Chair, Mr. Whitworth, if I could just add
And I'm asking this because I think it's important for transparency.
just some context here. So while it did score that level within the district, that does not mean it was the lowest scoring project within the state or even the lowest scoring project that received high priority funding in round one. So remember, in round one, you all funded, I believe, 163 or 162 projects. I believe this project was in that lower quartile, so I think it was 150, give or take, was generally where it ended up. There were projects that received funding in round one that had a score that was about 60% of what the score is on round, or on Route 7, excuse me. I think the other thing that's really important to remember for the projects that mostly scored points on congestion in Route 1 is that I-66 was scored in Route 1, and if you all kind of remember how that took place, it was such a massive, large project that any other project that was a congestion relieving project had its score, for lack of a better term, suppressed. And so the high-rise bridge project, which was the highest congestion scoring project in round two, and in round two it got a 95, it received a 24 in round one in congestion. And so if you kind of take those things into account and you understand what it did to Route 7, and I was just doing some math there, if Route 7 had been scored in round two, its score, instead of being a 1, would have been a 7.6, because its congestion score would have gone from I think it's a 8 up to approximately 24 or 25. And so, again, that doesn't mean you should definitely take this action or anything else. I just think it's some helpful context as you consider what's before you. Again, this is mostly a congestion relieving project, and there was unique things that I think happened with congestion reducing projects to their scores in round one.
The 40-some million dollars that we need to find from savings or overages, that's coming from the whole pool. That's not just coming from Northern Virginia, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The available surplus funds are from the high priority program, and they came from projects statewide.
Have we identified where those?
And there's an additional amount of currently undistributed Northern Virginia district grant funds that would be used as well.
So it's coming from the Stanton district.
So there's 14 million of district grant funds that would be used on this project. If additional ones are needed, there's high priority funds that are from round one for projects that came in under budget. And remember, when we created the policy, we said if a project comes in under budget, we're not going to sweep that money and immediately throw it back in the hopper. We're going to wait to see whether other awarded projects come in on budget, because some are going to be under and some are going to be over. And I think, as Garrett said, we don't want them to be over like this. This is a really big miss here. But that was the reason we kind of put that policy in place, that we would keep the money kind of siloed away until we completed the other
But the money is identified. We know where the money
Yes,
is.
sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and about $16.5 million of it is Northern Virginia District grant funds.
Secretary, a little bit more context, too. When we were in smart scale phase, our first part, the first year, we had Route 7 in 2 phases that we talked about, and then we were only going to put forth 1 phase. Fairfax County has stepped up the whole time. Loudoun County bought into it because they dropped one of their applications, North Star Boulevard, to say, yes, this makes sense for Fairfax and Loudoun County both. And that's why we had the buy-in, I think, from Scott and myself and Mary. Oh, Mary wasn't there, it was Scott and myself. So, you know, we'll step up too, just as Garrett did, and say, we bought into this because it made the most sense for Northern Virginia and for the 2 counties involved. And we thought the number was the number, and we were reflecting on that being the proper number. As it turns out, it's not. But that was the context of why we did it. And Scott, you may want to add to that.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the efficiency of doing one 3-lane project and leaving a 2-lane section between 3-lane to the west and 3-lane to the east. So it was a situation where Loudoun County had a project that scored in the bottom quartile. The second phase of Route 7 scored just outside of that bottom quartile. And this is where this board has discretion to look at the actual regional transportation picture and make decisions on what's best for the region. And that was driven in large part by the disruption. This is already a 6-year project. I can't imagine putting those communities through 6 years of construction, coming back somewhere 2 to 3 years later and starting that process over for a 4 or 5 mile segment that sits between these 3-lane segments. So it was well debated. It was controversial at the time, but it was a board decision that I think is within our discretion under the construct of smart scale to make decisions that are in the best interest of the region rather than looking at the geographic boundaries that are associated with the counties.
The question I'd have is, what would be the impact of saying no? What's the impact?
Impact of what?
I mean, you're coming back to the board for a vote to plow out $40 more million, all of 16 of which are going to come out of these other districts, money that could be available to the other parts of the state. So what's the impact if we were to decide that? And I'm really not asking you as much as I'm asking
Chair,
Dick
Mr.
and the
Williams,
staff.
if the board were to decline to act in a positive manner on the resolution, the net effect would be that Phase 1 would move forward for construction, and Phase 2 would not be built at this time and could be a future smart scale project.
And my question then of the 2 representatives, knowing what you know today, would you have gone forward with combining the 2?
I would say yes, without question. And in fairness, Marty, only because of the, regional efficiencies. To take this project and stretch it out over 10 years would be a nightmare from Northern Virginia traffic perspective. This is the primary east-west arterial between Tyson's Corner and Loudoun County. So we do so much to mitigate the impact of our construction projects. The principal reason for doing this is just to do it in one phase. And we expected that would also lead to cost savings, combining the 2 projects. So we had a number of reasons to do this, but principally it was to do it in the shortest period of time and provide that additional capacity.
Madam Chair, I remember the discussions and why, and I accepted all the reasons that y'all thought it was great to go do this and supported you completely. It just now it's a little different impact. It's impacting
We didn't anticipate this.
In areas other than the area that you represent. So.
Madam Chairwoman, I just
asked the question.
Yeah.
Don't predispose that I have a particular answer for it.
Mr. Brown.
My question has to do with the broader context. So if our policy is that underruns from each round will stay in each round to cover overruns, do we have any visibility to where other projects currently stand?
Sir.
Okay.
We reviewed round 1 and round 2 projects that had a smart scale request greater than 50 million. And all of those projects, with the exception of 2, have been already awarded under budget or on budget. We also looked at other projects that were below that threshold, and they're in various stages of development, so it's really hard to say for sure, but we feel comfortable that we can address any issues on those projects. We're early enough in the delivery phase of those that we can address any risks associated with them.
So follow-up question, do we have an approximation as to how much we think we'll underrun as of today in round 1?
From the high priority projects that we've awarded and released a surplus on, it's approximately $52 million.
So this would take up about roughly 20, 24, 16, it's coming.
To get up to 40, we would use the Northern Virginia District Grant first and the balance from high priority.
And last question, if round 1 projects all, except for this one, proceeded as projected, then what would happen to the round 1 underruns for the high priority pod?
If we realize additional surpluses, we retain them on a balance entry, and they're for use for overruns on a round 2 project or for allocation in a subsequent round.
Would they go into the subsequent round like round 3?
They could be available for that.
Have we adopted a policy on what we would do with
That's
that?
what your policy says. They're available for shortfalls on existing projects that have been approved or for a subsequent round.
Excuse me, sorry. Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, to that direct question, we would not right now roll them into round 3 because there's still projects that have not been awarded in round 2. So for a very just tangible and direct question, like if you vote in the non-affirmative tomorrow, again, that means we move forward in a certain way with the project, which again, it's the will of the board. We're here to provide information that would not then cause a commensurate increase of that amount in the round 3 high priority. We would wait till all the other awards of the selected projects had been made, and after that time, it could result in the round 4 amount going up.
So, up to that, so for context, we expect the round 3 high priority pot to be approximately what? Is it 800?
Approximately 450, 425 million.
200 million,
That's 1 year. So if you put the 2 years together, it's, we believe, 450, give or take 25 million on either side.
It'd be about 5% of what we're looking at, what we'd be at, what we're being asked to reallocate to this project would be about 5% of what round 3 high priority, the entire pot would be. Is it 10, I'm sorry,
No,
well, I went to law school, not.
It's about 7%. It's somewhere
20
between.
million or 400?
Well, I'm thinking about
It's not 42 of high priority. So of the amount that's asking to be awarded here, it's about 24 million that's high priority there. So 24 million of 450, give or take, is around, between the two numbers that were discussed.
About somewhere around 5%.
Somebody has a phone in front of them.
5%, yeah. 6%.
Mr. Connors.
We got an analysis of how we were so far off.
Yes, I mean, we have certainly looked into the numbers and what happened. The 4 major reasons, Garrett, our chief engineer did present to you some of the unexpected factors that came into the project, including the fact that it was overly optimistic. All of that is true. We did look at it. It appears, going back, that it was the only one so far in round 1 that we've identified this issue. I think the commissioner and I, our biggest concern was, oh my, how prevalent could this be? But right now, it seems to be focused on this one project. It is significant. We have a board policy, and so the reason that everyone is here today, number one, certainly we're following the guidelines to be fully transparent and so that everyone understands what, the decisions that are before us. What is the cost savings that we've identified so far? What is the estimated cost savings?
We can't answer that since we have an active procurement. I can bring that back to the board in July, but we can tell you the items that we're looking at through the best and final, but not a dollar amount.
Right. Well, it came up earlier, so.
We're comfortable with a 30 to 40. We don't want to get we're in conversations with bidders right now, and we really don't want to get much detail. What we can do is come back after. We will talk to both offerers and try to get their take. It won't be an exact study, but we can do that after the procurement.
But Mr. Connors, to answer your question, we have been looking at those factors and we'll continue to do it. I do appreciate the chief engineer's approach to this because from the beginning, he has owned it and has, been very transparent about what has happened and what we need to do going forward.
When do those proposals come back, the revisions?
I don't have the exact dates on me. I can get them to you, but it's this is like less than 2 weeks. This is within
We'll know quickly where this number is.
Yeah, Mr. Kasperowitz, through the best and final offering, we anticipate receiving the technical proposals today. And according to my notes, the cost proposals are due June 27th, so next Thursday or next Wednesday or Thursday.
Is there a compelling reason why this has to be voted on this month rather than next?
We are not taking a vote. We are bringing it to the board's attention.
Oh,
Not in the 6-year.
this is not going to be voted on?
No, the action would be in July. We've not transferred any money. We've taken no action. This is just for your information prior to action next month.
So for the July meeting, we will be bringing the action agenda will be a resolution to rescore it. With the recommendation, if we do get a proposal or best and final offer from a proposal that is within the tolerance, if we don't, then we'll be back reevaluating our approach to determining how best to fund the overall project, or we can make the Plan B that will only fund the phase one project at that time. If you do take positive action on rescoring this and assigning more funds to this, then we'll also have before you the award of the project at the July meeting as well.
One more question. My math says this costs about over $40 million a mile. And I find that hard to believe sometimes. And I just wonder if we are looking at ways to cut these costs, because it's hard to justify.
What I'd say is the chief engineers worked with the district staff and the Fairfax to be able to look at all cost-saving measures to be able to reduce the costs associated with this particular project, to be able to bring it in under the threshold budget. I think Mr. Moore has also identified the complexities of this and frankly the time frame for the construction activity being a 6-year construction activity with a major utility reconstruction ongoing simultaneously. And I do believe we're looking at, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, 230 properties that would be impacted by this as well. So the amount of right-of-way associated with this is fairly voluminous.
Thank you.
Secretary, I would just like to point out to my colleagues that while it feels like the money we have left in our district is a drop in the bucket compared to this problem, the reason we did not assign all the money in our district is that we were somewhat worried, given the volume of projects we had, that we were going to encounter some difficulties and we wanted to have some money to put on the table. So it's not enough to cover this, but we were trying to think ahead and be mindful of all the needs of the rest of the state when we didn't assign all that money. So,
Secretary, I agree with that, but this is a pretty significant miss.
yeah.
I'm just curious, who prepared it? Was it VDOT personnel that prepared the estimate, or was it a consultant?
VDOT staff in partnership with the city.
Personnel did the estimate.
And Mr. Malvin, that's one of the things that caused great concern to me coming into the position, recognizing that we had a bust of $96 million. And that's one of the reasons why you see, before we get to this stage again, we're going to put the controls into place to make sure that help ensure that this does not occur again. And that's why we've done what we've done, is gone back to the round 1 and the round 2 and identify where we have risks back to this. Because a $96 million bust is not acceptable.
And I just have to say this, Madam Secretary. Because of the objective nature of the SMART skill process, a estimate differential of this level throws off so much, right? And of course, we can't necessarily recast and figure out, I guess we could actually figure out what other projects would have been funded in the competitive process if we'd had actual numbers or numbers that were closer in scope. But it really does kind of pervert the outcomes of a number of other scenarios here, which just, again, creates concern. Not saying that where I am on this, but it materially impacts things,
Madam Secretary.
especially in high priority projects.
Mr. Donahue, when we were looking at this, one of the questions that did come up, would have some other high priority projects been chosen had the actual cost been incurred? And the answer, will you mind just reviewing what that response was? Because I think that's important.
I think the thing to remember is there was a project that was previously funded that would have otherwise been funded had this project not been selected. So of the money that is on this project, I believe about half of that is district grant money. So I just want to kind of state that at the outset here. This is not like the high-rise bridge project in Hampton Roads where the $100 million is all high priority. This is a project that has a mix of district grant and high priority, and the larger phase of this, which I believe is phase one, is fully funded with district grant money. It's only the $42 million that's on the second phase of this that has a mix of district grant and high priority project funding. That funding, was moved actually from a different project that did have a higher score, which was a North Star Boulevard project in Loudoun County. And so if no action had been taken by the board back in early 2016, those funds would have stayed on that project. The phase one project would have come in. I'm guessing it would have also been over by some amount. We don't know what that amount would have been, and we'd be before you here with just that project. That project, again, only has district grant money, so if you didn't take any action then, I guess we would cancel that project and we'd put that money back into the district grant pot. There is about $20 or $30 million of additional high priority that's there, and I apologize, Madam Secretary, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I can get that information and have that available for folks. But I do want to really make sure folks understand all of the money on this project is not high priority. In fact, the bulk of it is district grant. It's a tranche on phase two of the two phases, which again is $42 million versus $77 million. That is partially high priority project funding.
It'd be helpful to have that data.
Yes, and so, well,
Exactly what those amounts are.
yes.
But, Madam Secretary, Nick is spot on, though. This was a trade of North Star to do phase two, so
You
they
all brought
came
it forward,
together.
right.
That was supported by two counties. I mean,
So, yes, and I remember that it was brought forward, and so, and
Secretary.
actually, Ms. Pryor, wasn't this when we had that step 3 as well? And so that's why we were completing the two. It makes it a little bit more complicated. We have that step 3, which we've eliminated. Yes, sir.
Just a comment, kind of following Gary's comments and Carlos's as well. So SMART scale does not require that we follow the ranking. It suggests that we have to have good reason not to. I think that at the time we were discussing this, and the board was looking at it, especially the Northern Virginia representation of the board, Mr. Dyke, Mr. Garasinski, and me, it was very clear that from a prioritization standpoint, these were both in the bottom quartile or just outside. Our decision was that we would make the adjustments because it was the regional priority transportation need. So, I view this, or the actions we took at that point, as our job as board members. We need to be able to define the nuance, especially in that bottom quartile. And I think that's exactly what happened in this case. We made a decision that we thought was best for the region.
Mr. Tonk.
I completely agree with what Scott just said, but now we know we're going to have an estimated $30 million of high priority projects in the future in round 3 that will not be funded. So, that's the unknown, and the unknown is how do those projects compare to the scoring of this project? So we could have a much higher ranked project, another $30 million higher ranked project in round 3 that will not receive any funding because we've made because of the decision that may be made next month. So
Call-
it's easy to look back, but we also have to be looking forward.
The surpluses from round 1 and round 2 won't be allocated in round 3. As Mr. Donahue said earlier, we would hold those until the bulk of the round 1 and round 2 projects have gone to award, in the event that there's another issue, which we don't anticipate, but we wouldn't automatically add that to the high priority pot for round 3.
Not automatically, but there's a,
At some point, it
but
will
at
be.
some point, there's.
Would be into the,
Right.
moving into high priority.
And if our
at some point.
estimates are accurate and looking back at what we've done, and you're saying it's unlikely we've made this error again, then it would be.
Well, for me, it was just important that, we present this today. We're not going to be able to resolve it today. We'll try to get more specific responses to, the real impact in the numbers. I think everyone has made really, really good points about this. And so if it is okay with you, we can table this discussion right now. We'll try to get as much information as we can. We'll have the vote in July. So thank you very much for preparing it. I know so is that okay with the board? So we'll move forward, and the final presentation we'll have today is to have the discussion on the WMATA guidelines going forward. The legislation, which is really a transit bill, but in the transit bill that passed with the WMATA funding also had reforms. The reforms actually focus on 3 buckets. One is governance, the other is the operating cap, and the third are the reporting requirements. Part of why we really want to do this today is because we won't have a vote tomorrow, but MVTC, WMATA, they're all looking at the guidance that we're going to be providing as well, so we can align ourselves going forward. And so that's why I would really like to at least get this presentation started. So thank you, Director Mitchell.
Thank you. Secretary Valentine, members of the board, I wanted to come speak with you today about the guidelines that, as Secretary Valentine mentioned, that this board will utilize and make in the future when reviewing the progress or the compliance of WMATA and the WMATA board with some of the provisions in the transit funding legislation that passed this past year. As we mentioned in our last meeting, this is somewhat of a new role for the CTB to take, and the legislation does specifically charge this board with withholding a portion of funding if certain conditions are not met, and I'll go through those in a little bit of detail. And so that there's no confusion in the future about that, what we'd like to do is provide some very detailed guidelines that the CTB could adopt that would also be acknowledged by the NVTC board, but also WMATA as well, and the WMATA board to help them with their governance decisions. So again, as I mentioned before, we are the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, which is made up of the funding localities, does also have a significant role in oversight with WMATA that has now been increased associated with this bill. Providing these guidelines and these expectations is also going to really assist those jurisdictions in being able to make decisions and their oversight of WMATA. So the first one has to do with the board governance, and this is probably the topic that has generated a lot of discussion and the most discussion over the past several weeks. The requirements in the legislation is that the board would withhold 20% of the state's transit funding. And I do want to clarify that it's not the funding, the new dedicated funding, but it's actually the state's portion that goes to WMATA as part of our regular capital funding, which is 53.5% of our mass transit trust fund. And if there is noncompliance, you would have to withhold 20% of that. The intent of this, again, was really to clarify the role of alternates, to scale back the size of the board, to be consistent with what's actually in the WMATA compact right now, which is that there would be an 8-member board with 8 alternates. So as part of that, the proposed guidelines, and I should say that we're working, right now where we are is we're working with NVTC and WMATA on these guidelines. There's still a few items that, as I'll mention, that are still under discussion, I'd say. We would like to get these in place. Our intent is to bring back a draft resolution with these actual detailed guidelines in July, and then ask for action in September on those. With this particular guideline, this refers to the role of alternates. And as I mentioned before, we have the compact specifies an 8-member board with 8 alternates. Over time, what has happened is that is, in practice, it's really been a 16-member board with alternates playing very much a very similar function to voting members. So the purpose of these guidelines would be to clarify that alternates really do not act at a board meeting unless they are serving in the absence of a director. This would also mean that alternates would not serve as members of a committee, which is a different practice than today. And however, they could still be able to contribute to those discussions, engage with the other board members in those discussions, but our expectation is that they would actually not serve as members of that, of a committee, or even really sit up at the dais during those committee meetings. And I do want to mention as well, the alternates, we have very, very strong board members in Northern Virginia, all of them. This is really not at all about the members or any criticism at all about the contributions that they've made. We have actually some very highly qualified technical experts that are serving in alternate roles. The importance of this is really to try to streamline the decision-making of the board. So the next, any questions on governance, real quick?
Could speak for hours.
I know.
Which we're hoping we don't have to do, but, you know, remember to the board, with the Ray LaHood report summary, really recommended a 5-member reform board. What we did, working with the General Assembly and the governor's office, we really compromised in that what we're really doing with this legislation is restating what is in the compact of WMATA. There are 8 directors, there are 8 alternates, and the alternates, the intention is the alternates would only serve when the director is absent. So we're just restating what is actually the intention in the entire governance package. And in addition to working with MVTC and the WMATA board, we've also had discussions with Maryland and DC, making sure we're trying to get as much input as we can. And the main emphasis has been clarifying the role of alternates, because as Director Mitchell has said, they've been excellent. They have made tremendous contributions. We're trying to find the right way for them to engage in governance.
Just point out, though, unless I'm misreading this, this basically says alternates, you can sit in the room, and if they deign to allow you to speak, you may. And you are not allowed to attend executive sessions. That's how I read it. Maybe I'm overstating. But so when you say you're looking for an appropriate role for alternates, is that what you're saying?
Well, we are actually still trying to define it. Part of it is what their actual engagement should or could be. The recommendations that I think are in the draft from the bylaws, which is really will be far more elaborate in it. I don't know if we have clarification on the advisory bodies or other things that we had talked about. I'm not sure exactly how much detail, but we are looking ways for them to engage, because as you said, they they are part of the compact. We have alternates, and they have to be prepared to serve when the director's not there.
So right now, the WMATA board is adopting bylaw changes that would actually incorporate the provisions in these guidelines so that they will be in compliance with our law as of July 1st, when the law goes into effect. There was a version of the bylaws that actually was reviewed and approved by one of their committees at their meeting last week, and their intent is to bring it back to the full board. I think their next meeting, their June 28th meeting, where they would be asking to take action on that at that time.
Would it be possible to see if we could get permission to actually share with the CTB the language that is in the bylaws regarding the alternates? It might
Sure, I
be,
don't know that
I think,
that's-
more helpful.
Yeah, I think, and the version that was approved by the committee last week is public and it's out, so.
Maybe could you bring that in tomorrow, or? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And it is very similar to what's here. And yeah. So another provision in the bill is that there will be a cap of 3% growth year over year in the growth in Virginia's operating assistance. And I do want to clarify that's not just operating cost, that's really subsidies. So it does take into account WMATA's ability to also work on revenues as well. This was really intended to help control the growth in operating subsidies that have been occurring over the past several years, which has really been a great burden on the localities that fund WMATA. There are three exceptions to that in the legislation that can be excluded from the calculation. One is any service, equipment, or facility that's required by any law, rule, or regulation, any capital project approved by the WMATA board before or after the effective date, and then any payment or obligation resulting from a legal dispute or proceeding. So in terms of what we're proposing for the guidelines is, again, we will be beginning this in fiscal year 20, where we would be looking back at so the budget that they would approve in fiscal year 20 would be compared to actuals for fiscal year 19 for the jurisdiction subsidies. It would not include what they call reimbursable projects. There are actually some projects and services that localities fund 100% that would not go into the subsidy calculation. We wanted to clarify that this would just be the Virginia operating assistance that we would look at. Should there be an increase in DC or Maryland subsidy over that 3%, would not automatically trigger this withholding provision. And it would also, what we'd like to do is include some provisions that if there is a withholding, it would allow the board to take actions such as amending a budget that would bring them back into compliance, that would then allow us to then return any funds that were withheld. So in terms of trying to clarify some of the items that are in those exceptions, as we mentioned before, it exempts things that are required by federal law. So specifically here, that would include safety directives from the Metro Safety Commission, Federal Transit Administration, National Transportation Safety Board, or any other relevant safety oversight body. Any requirements for WMATA to meet the Americans with Disabilities Act or Title VI requirements. There may be other legal requirements as well, but these are some of the most prevalent ones that would go into the operating budget. We're also clarifying that this would not include the operating assistance that's required for Metro Access, which is the paratransit service, and much of that service includes services that are required by the Americans for Disability Act. And then any other payments or obligations that arise from legal disputes or proceedings between WMATA and another person or entity. So one item of discussion that's still underway right now that we're trying to clarify as well, it regards operating costs that are associated with new capital projects. We know very clearly from the legislation, from the legislative intent was to really address major expansion projects that are underway, such as the Silver Line project and Potomac Yard Metro Station, that when those projects go into place, we know there's going to be a bump up in the operating subsidy required because it requires new additional operations. So really want to make sure that projects like that don't affect this 3% cap. However, we do want to also clarify whether or not that would also include state of good repair projects that have an operating impact, or also other capital expansion projects, such as if the WMATA board wanted to, say, expand bus service, and because that requires a capital purchase, such as buying new buses, would the operating cost associated with a decision like that fall under this cap? And I think we believe that that is something that should be subject to the cap, but I think there's some, this is a little bit of the devil's in the details that we're still working through right now with the funding jurisdictions so that everybody's very clear on what will be in and not, or not in the calculation. We do also want to make sure that right now when, for example, with the Safe Track project or program that occurred last year, there was a number of major disruptions from some of the capital projects underway, which do have operating cost impacts, such as providing additional bus service and to mitigate any system shutdowns. And we do know for a fact that there will be some pretty significant capital projects coming up that will have some operating cost impacts. So we do want to make sure that things like that that are needed to mitigate impacts are not also included in this calculation. So. Any questions on, those are probably the two requirements that are the, I would say, require the most discussion, and there's a lot of detail that goes into these. So next, the board would be required, there's a strategic plan requirement, and the board would be required to withhold 20%, again, of our state funds if WMATA does not adopt or update a strategic plan within the preceding 36 months. And that plan must address the findings of the Ray LaHood report, which is called out with a specific legislative reference. So what we've proposed as guidelines is that by July 1st of 2019, the board must have adopted a strategic plan and have held at least one public hearing in a Northern Virginia jurisdiction. That strategic plan should address the specific recommendations that were in the LaHood report, such as better aligning transit service that WMATA provides with actual demand, implementing what they referred to as a bus reset, but doing a comprehensive review of the bus system, which WMATA actually has already started, looking at ways to improve ridership, to try to help address the pension gap with an increasing contributions from employees to the pensions, and also looking at other potential revenue opportunities. And thereafter, WMATA must adopt a new strategic plan every 3 years after that. So, any questions about the strategic planning requirement? Okay. Again, there's another 20% withholding required if WMATA does not provide a detailed capital improvement program. And right now, WMATA does have a CIP, as it's referred to, that's actually approved every year as part of WMATA's annual budget adoption process. What we have required, though, is that that should actually be a true 6-year plan, much as like we have a 6-year plan in the Commonwealth, that addresses in a very detailed way their plans for their capital program, not just the projects, but also how they plan to fund those with the different funding sources, so that we can also see where the new dedicated funding is going. So again, in proposed guidelines, that would mean that by July 1st of 2019, they must have adopted this very detailed CIP with a full 6 years, and that they have to do that every year after that. So it's very much very similar to what we have in the Commonwealth, with a 6-year plan that gets adopted and then adopted in subsequent years after that. Okay, and just a few additional things that are in the bill that we'll be clarifying in guidelines as well. NVTC, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, does have a number of reporting requirements under this. They need to get a number of documents directly from WMATA, and then coordinating delivery of that to the General Assembly and then also to the governor's office here in Virginia. And then also the NVTC will provide an actual certification to the comptroller that those reports have been received, so that the comptroller could release the dedicated funds to WMATA. And in addition to that, NVTC has an annual report that they will be providing. So this is really providing a much more detailed review of WMATA's operations, their financial performance, their the safety and reliability, how WMATA is doing in reviewing strategies to reduce cost growth and improving the efficiency of their operations, and then also how they are utilizing their funding sources for state of good repair and for safety. So next, as I mentioned before, the WMATA board is reviewing bylaws changes right now, and we do expect at least that that's going to go to the full board on June 28th for a vote. We are still working through some of these details, particularly related to the details of the 3% growth in operating subsidy. We're working on that with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission and WMATA. We will provide a detailed resolution with those guidelines to you all in July, and request an action in your next meeting in September. We are going to continue working very closely with the NVTC's board, which is made up of the local elected officials in Northern Virginia and the other WMATA jurisdictions. As Secretary Valentine mentioned, we've been having conversations with DC, with Maryland. I should note as well that there's a fourth partner on the WMATA board, and that's actually the federal government. They have 4 board members as well. So that's another set of discussions that we'll be having, a major stakeholder here as well.
Maybe tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Which is why we had to switch the calendar for today.
Okay. And then we would ask as well that because it's the localities that are that would be impacted by any funding that's withheld from the state, there's actually localities that are on the hook to make up that funding to WMATA. So we really want to make sure that NVTC and their board also either adopts or endorses these guidelines. We'd like to see them have sort of an affirmative statement that they too agree that this is the way that this withholding is going to be interpreted in the future. So although it really will be a CTB policy and for your approval. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
I know this is a very broad overview. The funding in Virginia, it was very clear to all of us who worked on this that in order to secure the funding, the reforms were attached. And so this board is going to be given a lot of oversight as far as whether or not we are in compliance. So it's somewhat of a unique role. Were you able to find out or maybe we'll do this in the morning, but the issue about it, the advisory bodies, the task forces, and just perhaps the bylaws for this board. We'll have more time to discuss this as well, I think, at the July meeting when you'll see a resolution for the first time on which you'll vote in September.
And the bylaws changes specifies that alternates, along with members of advisory boards or staff, members of the public, could have a role as well in engaging in committee deliberations and discussions. Exactly. And so the members of advisory bodies, I think, encompasses a lot of different groups that could also include some groups that alternates could be engaged with.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Whitworth?
Then, do I understand that the CTB is the sole overseer for the state of Virginia for the actions of the WMATA board?
Well, no, as far as these particular guidelines, we are...
I don't know what else they do.
The oversight in part of the, in the legislation, we can withhold funding if these, in the areas of governance, operating cap, and reporting requirements, if MVTC and WMATA is not in compliance with this, this board is the board authorized to withhold whatever percentage of the funds going to WMATA.
That, to me, is tantamount to say that we are responsible for overseeing what's being done.
These reforms,
these things.
Yes, sir.
So
On these particular matters.
And my question is then that if there's going to be a fault down the road, we could be held in criticism by the legislature if we haven't picked up on it. Is that correct?
As far as these reforms are concerned, yes, sir.
So then my question is, what is it, or what kind of process are we going to put in play to make sure we do our job?
And I should clarify, there, really, I would say that we have joint oversight of, WMATA with the local jurisdictions that are actually the signatories to the WMATA Compact. So that includes Fairfax County, Arlington, Alexandria, Falls Church, City of Fairfax. They are, and soon to be Loudoun County as well. They are the actual signatories on the WMATA Compact. However, the state has a very important funding role. So when it comes to board governance, the jurisdictions also, through the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, who sort of represents all of them, the jurisdictions have a board member. The governor also has an appointee to the WMATA board too. So we do have, I'd say, shared oversight with the localities. As far as these particular provisions go, what once we have these detailed guidelines that we can use and again fall back on year after year to make sure that we are making the right recommendation regarding any withholding of funds. Once those are in place, I would envision that every year, perhaps as part of the 6-year plan process, DRPT, with assistance from Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, would bring to you a recommendation based on whether or not they have met the requirements in the legislation. Certainly, we would be more than happy to provide more periodic reporting in board meetings or in written format if that's something that you all would like, so that it's not just coming at the end of the year, but you can have more frequent updates on some of these issues as well. So,
My question is, what is the process that we will rely upon?
so the so we would make a recommendation, DRPT would, to the board again on whether or not they have followed those requirements, and then ask the board for its concurrence with that. And if there is a withholding decision, it would be made at that time, I'd envision.
And so, Mr. Whitworth, I would say that right now we're trying to develop what that process will be. MVTC is trying to develop a process on how they're going to get the information to even produce the reports. So a lot of this is just now being launched. And so we will need to develop guidelines about how this board would be provided the information, because it's really this board that would withhold the money.
Exactly.
So
my
that's
point.
where, so that's the oversight. And so
I don't see that as it's going to be our responsibility to monitor them all the time for that. Upon notification that they're violating the new policy rules, the legislature would want us to withhold the money because the money resides in our account.
Right. It's specifically having to do with the reforms.
That's the way I see this.
Yeah, it's
not-
regarding these reforms.
If brought to our attention, we would withhold the money.
Certainly, we all want Metro to be successful.
Oh,
So
absolutely,
that's,
absolutely. Yeah, but we are still working through that process, and as NVTC also has reporting requirements and brings information to the state through their annual report, but also the documents they're required to collect from WMATA, we certainly will share that information with you all as well.
Because they will have annual reports.
Yeah.
So with that, I know that some of you probably need to check into your hotel. Thank you, Director Mitchell. We will have more discussions about this. Did want to make sure you had the overview. And so, Carol, the dinner plans?
We have a social hour, have social 45 minutes scheduled from 6 to 6:45. I did push the shuttle back a little bit to pick you up at 6 o'clock, just because I thought you might need some additional time to check in and meet the shuttle there. Dinner is at 6:45. It is at Acacia at 2601 West Carey Street in Richmond.
Okay. With that, I suspend. You suspend. We are suspended.
Heard that a lot in high school.